I'd like to call to order this Wednesday, September 16th, September 16th, 2020, regular meeting of the Board of Education. Our first item this evening is oath of office for Dr. Alexander Hall. It will be administered by Councilwoman Mary Nichols Rhodes.
Hi, Alex. Is this probably closer?
I have to take a picture.
Right here?
I need lighting a lens for that. You guys too far apart.
Well, it's social distancing. Before I begin, I want to thank you all for your service to public schools and public education, because there's nothing greater for our democracy than people who have critical skills. So I want to thank you. And speaking of having somebody on board who's going to be a great addition to the board, Alex Hall. So here we go. Would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Alex Hall,
I, Alex Hall,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of the United
to
States
support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio.
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio.
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge my duties
discharge my duties
as a member of the Board of Education
as a member of the Board of Education
of the City of Cuyahoga Falls
of the City of Cuyahoga Falls
City School District
City School District
in Summit County, Ohio,
in Summit County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
in accordance with the laws
in accordance with the laws
now in effect
now in effect
and hereafter to be enacted
and hereafter to be enacted
during my continuance in said office
during my continuance in said office
and until my successor
and until my successor
is elected and qualified.
is elected and qualified.
Congratulations, Board Member Alex Hall.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We appreciate you joining us this evening. Welcome, Alex Hall.
Thank you.
I believe we're ready for roll call.
Mr. Gomez?
Here.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Moffitt?
Here.
Ms. Schofield?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here. Item B, agenda motion to approve the agenda. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the agenda of the September 16th, 2020 regular Board of Education meeting. Action by the Board of Education and adoption of a consent agenda means that all items are adopted by one singular motion unless a Board of Education member, treasurer, or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent agenda and voted upon separately.
So moved. I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Moffitt?
Aye.
Ms. Schofield?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye. Item C, opening ceremony. Welcome. Our vision, Cuyahoga Falls City Schools, the hub of our community, committed to a culture of caring. We innovate, we create, we personalize education for all. Our mission, every student, every day, every opportunity. Informational items. This meeting is a meeting of the Cuyahoga Falls Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It is not a public community meeting, although there are opportunities for public participation. If an individual wishes to address the board regarding a topic found on the meeting agenda, the individual must send an email to boemeeting@cfalls.org. Following the introduction of the topic by the board president, followed by board discussion, the individual's comment will be read. If an individual wishes to address the board regarding a topic not found on the meeting agenda, she or he must notify the superintendent and/or board president of the topic no later than 7 calendar days in advance of the meeting. The comments of these individuals will be read during the board business portion of the agenda. In both cases, comments will include the name and address of the individual and be limited to 3 minutes. In addition, in public session, the board will not hear complaints about school personnel nor against any person connected with the school system. An unabridged board agenda for this meeting can be found on your electronic device at the address www.boarddocs.com/oh/cfalls/board.nsf. The next regularly scheduled meetings of the Cuyahoga Falls Board of Education are on October 7th and 21st, 2020 at 5:30 PM in the Cuyahoga Falls High School Library, 2300 4th Street. A policy committee meeting is scheduled for Monday, September 21st, 2020 at 5:15 in the board conference room, 431 Stowe Avenue. And there will be a special meeting of the Board of Education on Tuesday, September 29th, 2020 at 5:30 PM in the Cuyahoga Falls High School Library for the purpose of self-evaluation. And now for our Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Anthony Gomez.
Will you please stand as you're able and face the flag? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Item D, executive session. Pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G1, it is hereby moved that the board adjourn to executive session for the purpose of considering the appointment of an employee or official of the school district. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Moffett? Ms. Schofield?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
We're back in public session. Item E, presentations. Number 1, zero-based budgeting. Ms. Christie Stoike.
Okay. You want to put it in like,
Presentation mode?
yeah, please.
Happy to keep that. I think. There we go.
Okay. This is going to be mostly about zero-based budgeting, but because the former way was the regular traditional budgeting way, or rollover as they call it, I'm kind of going to give a little comparison of the two before we get into kind of the process of zero-based budgeting. So 2 types of budgets, as I just said, your traditional rollover budget and zero-based budget are what we're going to talk about. So traditional, I believe this one. So what is traditional budgeting? Traditional budgets are often produced by taking last year's actuals and adding a few percentage points to account for inflation or wage increases. So in the past, it would be typically what I would have done in the past when I used to do traditional budgeting was what was in the forecast. So what kind of percentages were in the forecast would be how we would apply to our actuals. So that starts with your existing base already, what you've already spent. And it only examines your costs and benefits for new activity. So it doesn't really look at anything you've been doing. We're looking more at anything that would be additional is really what the focus is of those. And so that does not lead the way to look at new ways of operating as part of the budget process. So some strengths here and weaknesses of these. So some strengths of the traditional budgeting, it's very predictable. It's generally not a controversial thing within the organization. And we'll see later kind of why zero-based budgeting could be. It's a lot less time consuming, it's easy, and it's part of what the organizational culture typically is in places. But there are many weaknesses to traditional budgeting, So it results in a take it or leave it approach. So, if there's money left over at the end of the year in the budget that you were given in a traditional budget, most people look at, okay, how can we spend that? Even if it's not pointed spending, it's spending just to spend at that point. There is minimal department or building input from teachers and other staff. So therefore, those buildings and departments are not held as accountable. It continues prior spending patterns, so not looking at those that do not reflect current needs or that are not consistent with the district's strategic plan, and can result in massive budget variances at year end because you're just looking at what you did last year and maybe there's something in there that you're not going to do again this year. And so we budgeted all this and then it's like, oh yeah, no, we didn't need that. Yeah, I already said that last part. So zero-based budgeting. So this was originally created by an employee of Texas Instruments back in the late 1960s. His goal was to create a decision-making mechanism that would force the company to remain competitive in a rapidly changing set of market conditions, to being each budget year with assuming you will have what you received last year. Maybe that shouldn't say being. No.
Begin.
Yeah, begin. Jimmy Carter, and then the governor of Georgia, was the first to implement it into the government when he did the fiscal 1973 budget for Georgia. And then later when he was president, required the adoption of ZBB by the federal government during the late 1970s. And that kind of fell apart in a sense. It just, I don't think it was very well thought out at the time. Good idea, but not good execution. So zero-based budgeting, or ZBB as it's called, is about building the budget from the ground up to align with district priorities for instructional practices and organizational needs. It's an opportunity to reevaluate how we organize and prioritize our funding as opposed to basing it solely on historical spending trends where we're not really sure exactly maybe what's in that package. An opportunity to be open and transparent about our finances by creating accountability for what we spend and transparency around the decisions we make about where we spend our money. And it starts from a zero base, and every function within the organization is analyzed for its needs and wants. All expenses are required to be justified, and then budgets are then built for the upcoming year based on these requests. So some strengths and weaknesses here as well, because they both have their share of both. So strengths starts with a clean slate, examines the cost benefit for every activity, whether you've done it before or not. Principals and supervisors become responsible and more accountable for their budgets. You tie it to the district goals and strategic plan. Year-end spending, as I mentioned, just to spend is minimized. It's more of a collaborative budget approach within the buildings and departments, and replaces do more with less with the do the right things with the right amount. So weaknesses, it is time consuming, and it requires more manpower. So just the supervisor or principal is not the only one handling this. The objective is to include their department heads and their staff and everything, and have them go through this process as well. It can be disruptive to the organizational culture at times, especially people may begin to think you're questioning what they're purchasing or you're questioning their spending. That can be an issue. That's not really what zero-based budgeting is doing, but it does come across that way when it's introduced. It is more subjective in nature, and we're going to go on and talk about needs and wants, but what some people see as needs may not be what other people see as needs, and vice versa with wants. And it requires knowledge and training. So it's up to my office to kind of train and put everyone in a different mindset of how this works and how they need to do this. So the process that we followed, when I passed out budgets earlier in the year, I kind of gave some of this information. I pulled it from there when I gave it to the supervisors and administrators. Since there's no wrong way to prepare a budget, each administrator, it's kind of their own process around the buildings or department's culture to ensure what they do, who they do it for, why they do it, and how well they do it are all maintained. By developing their own approach, they own each decision, and they provide input to each decision and is accountable for its results and how the results are defined. So each administrative leader is tasked to identify the needs of the building or department by using decision units. So needs are defined as resources required to provide only the most fundamental services essential to execute the written curriculum and adequate support services and operate the building. That's kind of small. Impressed that I can read that. A decision unit. The decision unit is a decision-making group of staff that can be comprised of representatives from grade levels, departments, anything, kind of as I mentioned before, and they develop and help prioritize different budget requests from that. Each administrative leader is tasked to identify the wants of the building or departments, again, by using the decision units. And then wants are defined as a resource essential to provide education services which expand the written curriculum and achieve the level of excellence provided by the district. So anything outside of the bare minimum of what we need to execute what we want to do, what's something that might enhance that, but that is not a necessity. So when preparing these requests, decision units are encouraged to review spending in prior years, and they were all given kind of a history of that in general and told that if they wanted details that we could get them to them. To evaluate what level of funding is required to support the needs and wants of the building and department programs, services, operations, everything. So here's a couple of questions that we posed as things that you should answer when you're looking at this. Do I have to have this item to execute the written curriculum for my class? What would I do differently if I didn't have this item for my class? How have my supply needs changed over the last 2 years? Are there any unusual items required for this program? Are there any pieces of equipment or technology in my classroom that need replacing? And how can I change my work to better support the district's strategic plan and annual goals? And so, as always, the district's goal is to promote the involvement and make focused, transparent, and evidence-based decisions. The framework for these discussions continue to be the strategic plan and the district superintendent annual goals. So that's kind of what we gave to everyone. That's the gist of it. I did come across, actually, when I was looking and kind of researching a little bit to find things, these 2 books that I ordered, actually, I have not read them, but they're by the same author. And just reading the synopsis of them, they looked like really, really good reads. So they'll be in my office on Friday. So I look forward to reading those. Any questions? I will say, I kind of eased into it. So we kind of did a modified this year just to get everyone used to the process. So it wasn't as totally intensive, but you kind of got a bulk of the work done so that next year becomes a little easier and you can really, focus. Obviously, COVID kind of pulled back on the collaborative part where we would have necessarily done before without anyone being here in person. So it was kind of modified this year. But next year we're going to go towards that full blown model.
Any questions for Ms. Stoikoi?
Did you get any feedback from those who had to budget in a different way as to how they?
Yes, and I had a lot of questions, which was good. I was happy to answer those. I didn't really get anything, I would say, negative or positive. It was just kind of more making sure they were doing it the way that it needed to be done was more of the things that I got. And I sat down with I tried to sit down with each of them when I gave this to them and kind of had like a, 10, 15 minute, here's what I'm looking for. Here's the packet. We gave them a whole packet that included some of this stuff in the beginning and then also went through our coding process. So a lot of the codes that they use, what's the criteria for a purchase service or a supply or a piece of capital outlay. And then what the exact codes that I was asking them to do in their budget, what those meant. So if they were not familiar with that, because I did change a lot of them this year and tried to put things where they needed to go. And so they did see a change in those budgets. And so I gave them that backup that in case they kind of really wanted to see, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be doing and this is where that's supposed to go. So I did get feedback that was helpful for a lot of them to really kind of understand what they were doing in general with some of it.
Can you just email the presentation so we can digest it further and then
Yep.
perhaps we can find some way to share it with the community because I think it's important for them to know how deliberate and thoughtful every line item is about, is it meeting our goals? Is it meeting our objectives? Is it helping students succeed, which is really our core work?
Mhm.
And that, I think sometimes that gets lost when we talk about tens of millions of dollars
Yeah.
in money.
Yeah.
But when you can bring it down to just these smaller bits and pieces that we're talking about and how deliberate we try to be, there's a lot of value, I think, in sharing
Yes.
that with the
Yeah,
community.
for sure.
2 things. One, I think this would be something that would be valuable to share with the finance committee. Give them a basic understanding of the budgeting process for the district. So maybe that could be an agenda item for a future meeting. And secondly, your essential questions there on one of your last slides were outstanding. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Just want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep rolling.
You might have
I'm
to
too.
enlarge that.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll move to our emergency levy update. So going back, as you remember, now let me tell you, I hid the 18 and 19 columns because it was just getting too long and it would have made everything really, really small. 18 and 19 are obviously complete in those expenditures, and we're kind of looking at last year and what we've done so far this year. So what was previously on was penciled for FY 2018, which would have been the first half year collection. All of those items have been completed. They were completed in prior years, other than we are still paying the lease on the bus payment. So there were 2 buses that were leased. We made a payment last year. I believe we have 1, one or two more on that. I want to say one more, but I cannot remember 100%. So everything else there has been complete and discussed before. Go down to 19. All right, you might have to make the make bigger where it says 19 and like the 19 and 20 columns. Just zoom in. Okay. So this was also year before last. You can see we had another set of 3 buses that we leased. So there is a payment there. We will make another payment this year. We have not done that yet. We did not do the truck with the plow then. We finished the roof at the high school, and we finished the roof, it's a little further down, at Silver Lake. The roof at the high school came in under. We had set aside $650,000. It was only $457,000. So we saw a great deal of savings there. We finished up the sill demo. So you could see it took place in 2 years, and we kind of separated it because it was in 2 separate sections in the plan. We made the last payment on that last year for that. So that is taken care of. You go over just a little bit. Okay, never mind.
Good.
Yeah,
Want me to go back?
yeah,
This will be posted to the website too.
yeah. It's on board docs right now too, and we'll put it up. Yeah, go back.
Give us a hard copy on Friday too.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would too.
So so parking
Thank you.
lot. Oh, the parking lot might be later. Okay, so potholes district-wide, did some patching and some of the ones that we didn't do major work on, that obviously came in under as well. You can see it was $10,650 last year. We had set aside $40,000. Parking lot at Preston, finally made our last payments on that, which obviously went well over the original intended cost because of the different issues we've talked about before. So we spent $176,000 in FY20, and I want to say we made another payment in 21, if I remember correctly, to finish it up. Yes, made the final payment just a little bit ago in 21, and that $31,096 is also engineering costs for the Preston parking lot. And then I talked about the roof at Silver Lake. So on to for 2019 Chromebooks. We purchased, can you go to the right or
Sure.
whatever way?
96,000.
Yeah. So 96. So we bought 15 Chromebook carts at the $6,500 each. The backup generator, when Jim was here, I know we originally purchased something, seeing if it would work. In talking to Ryan, he has determined that it is not going to be feasible to use that. So at this point, that's kind of scrapped and on hold until we can come up with something else. So we did spend about $7,700 on that, trying to figure it out. But it does not appear to be feasible. We also did some PA system upgrades, about little under $4,500. So that came in under the network upgrades. You'll see here, and you'll see in FY20, they're in pink because we have paid our portion out of the emergency levy fund. So those are paid in full. The project is still ongoing. It is wrapping up. It should be completely complete here, I believe, any day now, if it's not complete within the last couple days. So I put it in pink, and that the project is still not exactly finished, even though we've paid our portion is from the emergency levy is complete. Textbooks, K-5 language arts, that is still currently in process. We have not purchased those yet. Those different committees I know are still in process working on that.
It's a meeting tomorrow.
But we did have different professional development and equipment for Makerspace throughout those. We only did about 4,700 for the PD, which we had 25,000 set aside. And we were still under on the makerspace, which is about 44,000. We had set aside 50. And then if you look at, so these are our staff that we've reemployed. So you can see at the top, we are at 67,000 ish for that. And then we're at 61,000 that was paid in FY19 for those. And some of those I think came back on mid-year, which is why it's low, much lower than what we had set aside. That 37,000 you see in FY20 is a payment because we pay for Julie Leeson, our gifted coordinator, through the ESC that just happened to fall into the next year for her. So those were the few things that were being wrapped up on those previous 2 years. So then we'll come to actually last fiscal year and the different items that we purchased. So I'm going to talk about kind of those first 4 together. We were able to get a box truck, a new truck with a plow, a dump trailer, and 2 flat trailers. So if you go over, you can see there's kind of a, some were under, some were over. And in the end, I believe it was a savings of about 82.42 for the total of all those different vehicles. And then we were also, is that right? Is that what I put over there?
Something like that.
Yep. So then I believe, what's the next part down there?
Next part.
Yep. So bag catchers, the flooring chariots, the vacuum cleaners, the HVAC valves, we purchased all of those last year. And I think, you're gonna have to go back over, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good.
You can see that we were under for most of those, except for I believe the last one is $500 over. But those were all completed last year. Exterior LED lighting we put outside. We had 9,000. I believe it cost us about. I think it actually did it go over a little bit or no?
Yeah, it's 95.
Yeah, it went over a little bit.
95.32.
Yeah, 95.32, and I think we had originally set aside the 9,000. Yep.
Okay.
The roofs. So after the scans back in the spring, we decided Schnee, Preston, Price, and Richardson. Those are complete. We have not made our final payment, but you can see it's a little bit over the 800,000, not by much. Only about 27,000. We've paid 571,000 so far, and we will pay the remainder of that 827,000 here, probably within the month. Parking lot at Richardson, that also came in under and was finished last year. We had 235,000. It was only 204,124. And then the potholes district-wide also came in well under. We set aside 40,000. We only did 12,612, I believe.
It's 12,000. Yeah.
Okay, so then technology, here's where, so we had originally set aside last year 100,000 for Chromebooks, 125,000 for the staff and workstation upgrades for everyone. Given COVID, we kind of pushed the Chromebooks along a little bit more and decided to look forward. We knew we had another, I believe, 100,000 was set aside for FY21. So we kind of moved that up, and that's when we began purchasing the Chromebooks to get to the 1-to-1. So you can see there that the original purchase order was for 548,000, which is much more than the 100,000 that was set aside. What ended up happening is that if you go over, so 204,000 of those dollars were paid for by the CARES Act money that came to us through the state. So the money the state got that they forwarded on. So we were able to back those purchases out. They were originally emergency levy and charge them to that grant. In addition, the CARES Act fund covered the entire cost of all of our employee, the new laptops and any kind of workstation upgrades. So we did not spend any of that $125,000 for that because we were able to do that with the CARES Act funding that came directly from the federal government, which on a good note, we have to give a lot less to the non-publics than we originally thought we did. So that's some more money back in our pocket.
Scroll back.
Yep. Security cameras. This one, so we did internal and external. And I believe, if I remember correctly, we decided to do a few other things, one being buying the screens to put in the offices that wasn't originally in this, but we decided that it would be a good use of these dollars. So that was over about $30,000, but those are also complete as of last year. And then you can see the network core upgrades is the same thing as above. That is with the with NeoNet. This is slightly over because they needed to do a little bit more in Bullock parking lot and maybe Roberts as well, if I remember. Most of it was in Bullock in order to get that signal stronger, I believe, in the parking lot. Textbooks, 7 to 12 math. We did purchase those at the end of last year. Slightly over, but not much. We came in well under on the professional development for math. It was $6,000. We had set aside $25,000. Makerspace, we didn't use any of this year's money, the FY20 money that was set aside, because we were still using FY19 and installing some of those items. So we kind of put any other items on hold. We hadn't spent the full $50,000. We still haven't from FY19. So there's nothing there at the current moment. And then our salaries, at this point, because of the way we modified the emergency levy plan, they're all in one place, which makes it a lot easier for me. So it's a little bit over the $360,000 there by about $6,000, but very much in that ballpark. And then finally, where we're at currently, not a lot so far that we've done. We did purchase 2 buses. Those came in a little under 10,000 under, so we have a savings there. You can see we're still looking at 2 used vans, some lawn and garden equipment, roofs, parking lots, boilers will all be evaluated, reevaluated to see, and scans to see what we're going to do and if we need to do all of these different things there. We had $200,000 set aside for Chromebooks when we made the decision to just kind of finish it off what we purchased in the spring. It was about $80,000 to get everybody to that one-to-one. And you can see that we also had $100,000 set aside here for the employee, workstation upgrades, and CARES Act paid for that as well. So we did not need those funds, that $100,000 there for that. And then the rest, obviously personnel is, in progress. We've had a few payments. We added the coordinator of community relations. So that will be in there as you see that set aside number there, that $480,000 is more than it was in the previous years. Looking at K-5 science.
Which is going to be literacy-based science materials or curriculum, K-5 world. And so we're attaching that with our literacy plan and so on and so forth. But they've already conducted some review of curriculum and so on and so forth and are ready to roll.
And then some professional developments with the language arts. And we still have another slot for makerspace and 3D printing at the middle school, which, again, as I said before, we're a couple years behind on spending some of that money because we were installing stuff. So that puts us right now, the cumulative total through the year. So we have a cash balance of $4.87 million there. We've received our first half collection already for that. So we'll receive one more before the year end, but that is the total from FY18 through FY to what currently. So yesterday I did it and pulled these numbers. So that is where our cash balance is at currently.
Questions?
Thank you.
Whoa.
That's really informative, Christy. Thank you.
So I know last year we held off on the buses, so where are we at with that? Do we see a need this year or next year to purchase those buses?
I would continue down the bus purchasing route because and actually we just purchased 2 new buses.
Mhm.
We did
That's
that.
right, yeah.
So out of our FY '21 money. But I would continue down the bus purchasing path. As we prepare for 6/12, what we've said is that we would be transporting everyone, 6 through 12, and therefore would have to increase our fleet. And not only would we be obligated to transport our students, but anybody within 30 minutes in a 6/12 world that we don't currently, 9/12 world that we don't currently transport. So I would continue down the bus purchasing route.
For, as we look to roofs and parking lots, in particular, I want to advocate for spending some money over at Roberts. We know that their roof is one that still has some concerns, and when we had our master facilities planning committee, that group was very passionate about making sure that Roberts was kept in usable shape. So I just want to bring that up
Exactly.
as something that the community was very passionate about. And I don't know if that parking lot needs redone, but at minimum, it needs restriped. I've been over there. You
Yeah,
can't
it
even
is.
see where to park. I mean,
Yeah.
it's becoming dangerous. Few other things, because I talked to Dr. Nichols about these things earlier this week. At the playground at Silver Lake needs some investment. I mean, when you look at what we're offering the kids over there, and that really goes to student achievement and success. What they have to do on their playground time is not great. And I know part of that has to do with the fact that they're our only building that we don't have Parks and Rec paying for the equipment. But I know that they're trying to fundraise for that as well. And I think we could potentially cost some stuff out and perhaps fit it in here, maybe if we're not using the makerspace money or something, but there's a really big need for that at that building.
We're also, what we talked about today is we're taking care of Laybourne Field, both the soccer field and the track out of emergency levy money, since we have a surplus there. So we talked about that today. Joe has a couple of quotes. I authorized him to move forward with those quotes.
And then just a couple other things. Our fencing around the district is in really bad shape. If you're at Preston, you're on the Taylor Avenue side, somebody must have hit it and it's falling over, and it's been that way for a year. And it doesn't make us look like a great neighbor. So they're little things, but I know that they add up, so I'm not saying we have to do them all, but just bring them up. And then the other pet peeve that I have is that when you go into our parking lots, we have signage up, but a lot of it's so faded that you can't really see it or it's rusting. So they're little things, but I think it makes a big impact for people, and it shows the pride that we have in our facilities if these things look a little nicer. So
And we have the funds to do it.
throw some ideas out there. So thank you.
And I think in terms of just the outside appearances of our schools in general, one of the things we know is that over 70% of our community don't have children in schools. So they form their opinion when they drive by. And if they see that the signs are faded, the fence is down, the beds are full of weeds this high, whatever, it just creates a perception that sometimes carries over into what they think might be going on inside the walls of the school too. So I think just to be aware of creating, that sense of black tiger pride at each of our schools. And if we do need to take a look at, some of these particular issues, then this is a good time to do it.
To that end, I've asked Joe to take a look at all of our buildings, and many of them have banners with our vision and mission statement on them. And any of those that are faded, ripped, or tattered, or whatever, to replace those, that wouldn't necessarily be emergency levy fund, but to your point.
Right, good, thank you. Any further questions on the emergency levy update?
No, but I would like to thank you for the Leghorn Field repair,
Yeah.
because I know that that's a huge concern, and that is probably one area in our district that is highly utilized by our public. So I'm hoping that through our communications, we can make that known to our constituents or our
Yep.
citizens.
Yep, we just
Thank you
just
so much.
authorized it today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Stoikline. Item F, Treasurer's CFO Business Consent Agenda.
I'd like to recommend the Board of Education approve all items listed in the treasurer's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
I think Christie has.
Oh, you had a, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even look over at
No,
you.
I'm good.
Please forgive me.
Who was first?
Or Patty?
Okay.
White Moffett.
Okay, I'm good now. Ready?
Did you want to make some comments on appropriations, by the way?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My computer went to sleep. I'm all out of sorts here. Okay, appropriations, yes. So there are a few modifications here, mostly due to grants. So we received the broadband connectivity grant in the amount of about $78,000, which is good to use through the end of December, to provide students access to internet or things that they may not have at home in order to remote learn. So that is in addition to the 510 grant there. So that encompasses what the state gave us originally that we used on the Chromebooks, and then the addition now of the broadband connectivity. 599 change. We received a CARES Act mini grant for the library. That was Karen Gideon did that. So it's $3,000. So there's an increase there. And then there are a few smaller increases to our 018 and 019 for some purpose and goals modifications, and some stragglers that came in that are now on there.
Were these CARES Act grants, so to speak, entitlements, or did we need to apply for the funds and specifically a specific amount of funds, or?
So the original federal CARES Act and the CARES Act that flowed to the state, then to us, was given to us. Ryan applied for the broadband connectivity, and then Karen applied for that CARES Act mini grant for the library.
Well, let's make sure we thank Mr. Hutch and Ms. Gideon for securing additional funds for us. That's good news. Thank you. Any comments or questions on any of the consent agenda items? I think we're ready for roll call then.
Ms. Moffett?
Aye.
Ms. Schofield?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Hall?
I'm just gonna abstain because I'm so new here.
Because what?
I'm just gonna abstain because I'm so new here.
Okay.
Item G, Treasurer CFO's Business. Mrs. Christie Stoikline.
I'd like to recommend that the board approve the, I shouldn't say July, it should say August 2020 investment schedule and monthly spending report.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion, Ms. Stoikline?
Yes. Let's pull it up. So that's the 001 monthly cash flow.
001. Okay, there you go.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't have a power plug on my computer and I've got 4 minutes left.
Mine's charged.
Then I'll just. I'll just use Mr. Gomez. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. as you can see in the revenues, we brought in a little over 6 million to the general fund, which is pretty in line with the previous 2 years. Expenditures also in line with the previous 2 years at 4.7. Now, I will say that, of course, if you combine these together, if you look at the past couple years, right now we're at a lower point than we would have been. A lot of that has to do with the timing of the real estate settlements, because I can tell you right now it's September 16th. And if you look at FY20 for September in revenue, we've already exceeded that. So it will all even out. Another portion of this is the state funding cut. So they did not affect us in July or August last year. We got that hit all at the end of the year in May and June. Well, now it's spread out over the course of this fiscal year. It's already happening. So that is also a portion of this, which is why it looks like perhaps we are not doing as well as years past, especially given the fact that we did not have a settlement at that time for the newest, the 4 mills that we recently passed. But you should see that even out then in September for everything. And then if you go to the bottom, we are up 3 million from where we were last year for our cash balance, and up a little even from July. I think about 1.3 million is what we had revenues over expenditures. So we are still in a very good position. And I know if we look up, there's a pretty large negative in the results of operations for September. I don't anticipate that being as large this year, just due to the timing of how everything happened. 006.
Do we have to?
I don't know. So this is not pretty. We have another month of just refunds to people who have graduated or moved or any of those things. We obviously have a full month. This would be the month where we start ordering food, and our salary and benefits to those employees that are still preparing the food and getting it ready for pickup and everything. But if you go down, you can see that it has drastically reduced their cash in that fund, and we are at 20,000 at this current moment, when we were at 162, 179 in years past. We are looking, a lot of this will depend on when and how we return to school, given the fact that through December, every student has a reimbursable meal for us. That will have a factor when and how we're coming back to school. We discussed this morning some kind of out of the box thinking of ways to get meals in every single student's hand, whether they're coming here or not. Even whether we have to deliver them door to door, and to utilize some of the staff we have that that are able to be utilized at the current moment. So we're looking into any kind of way we can, because being able to get that reimbursement for every student that's enrolled here would bring in more money than they would normally bring in a regular year. So it would help even this out. I know Mr. Bailey is doing everything that he can. I know he's still hoping, as am I, that eventually there is some sort of other stimulus money or something that helps out these food service programs, because many of them are in the same boat, where they lost 3 months of feeding kids last year. And I can tell you, many of them were in the great position that he was in going into that, and now he's down to 20,000. So I know that many others are struggling as well, and that will probably look negative next month when it's all said and done. So
When do federal reimbursements come in?
So they submit those monthly.
Monthly.
So they submit those monthly based on the number of reimbursable meals, and so we get that every month.
So then we'd be looking to transfer from 001 over.
Right now, currently, we'd probably just advance the money to cover it, and kind of see, but at the end of the year, yes, if it's negative, we would have to transfer money in order for me to be able to close the books at the end of June. Right now, we'd probably just make an advance, and hope that, we pick up and we're able to take advantage of the next 3.5 months of having all of our students able to be reimbursed by the government.
And I know nobody blames Sheffield because I know as much as it pains us to see this, that I'm sure that it's driving to me. Because I know how much you pride some stuff on
Yes.
the operation you run.
Yes. So, yeah, we had a conversation this morning and started brainstorming of some ways that we can make this happen and help this budget out, so.
Yeah, let's move on to another one.
This
This sad story.
I'll do the interest comparison.
All righty.
Okay, so it's a little hard to compare, I will say that. So I've kind of at the bottom done what I think is a equivalent comparison, because we didn't have Red Tree and then we stopped with Star Plus, so that it's not apples to apples necessarily. But I went back to FY19 at the top, and you can see the totals at the bottom. I went by month just for more detail there. We did not have Red Tree at that time. At the time, Huntington, we made $37 that year in interest at Huntington. We made $170,000 at Star, Ohio. The Hackham Humble Scholarship, which is in its own separate account there because it earns interest as well, made $755,000. And then Star Plus, which was a different kind of Star account, made $27,617 for a total of $198,539 for fiscal 19. Now, if you come down to fiscal 20, you will see that we started a portion of the year without Red Tree, and then we closed Star Plus towards the end of the year. But you can see that even though we had some, because of the Federal Reserve and everything, and that we weren't necessarily earning interest in the latter portions of the year from Huntington, we still have $762 compared to $37.54. We ended up with $25,000 in Red Tree for the year and $128,000 in Star Plus. Again, the Hackham Humble Scholarship, $543. And then what time we did have Star Plus, we had $7,453 for a total of $162,000, which is obviously less than 19, but that is expected given the fact of what happened at the end of the year. Interest rates just crashed. So what I tried to do at the end was kind of look at the comparative from year to year. So if you look at Huntington, you see it went up almost 2,000%. But we're talking about very little amounts there. Red Tree does not have a comparison. So I tried to look at Star, being those are our most stable. They were in both years. And you can see that they're anywhere from a little under 25 to 28% decrease from fiscal 19 to fiscal 20. So if you would have anticipated that as being kind of the average of what everything is, and you look over at our totals, we only decreased 18% as opposed to that 25, 28 number. That was kind of the best way I could show that, to show that, the Red Tree indeed did help us. We were able to lock in those rates before everything kind of, went out the window. So that has helped us. We're able to still earn a decent amount on those because we were locked in. Back up at the top, if you scroll over, I put this in here too. It's not really interest, but I have talked about in the past that we have our credit card rebate program. So what this is in a brief synopsis again is that we can create virtual cards through our system. It's all electronic to pay our vendors, what we would normally be paying them in a paper check. We just kind of upload our file into the bank. They send it out for us, and then we earn money back on that for any of those purchases. So you can see last year we made about a little over $1,100 on that. Now, we were not in full swing of that. We were kind of getting used to it. And then, of course, you can see as COVID hit, we were kind of just, that was kind of more towards the back of our minds of everything. This year, we've really kind of made that move to take all those vendors that are able to take this and move them there. So we've made $274 so far this year. I will tell you that looking at the bank statement for September, so for last month, we made $538. So it gets directly deposited in our bank account to Huntington. So for September, we were at 538. And we continue to add those vendors to try to get wherever we can.
It's not universally acceptable yet, or?
Some vendors don't take it that way. They will not take it that way, or there's a fee involved. So then we do not do that, or they may have limits. So, and some people we go through are smaller, and it just it's not beneficial to them to take it with fees that may be involved on their end for those things. But as many as we can, Huntington does all that legwork for us. They have a list of our vendors, and they call. And they find out, and then they kind of send us those updates weekly and say, hey, I need more information on this, or I need to know if you're okay with, they said this, but there's these parameters. So some of them just flat out say no, and some of them just have follow-ups. But we're trying to get as many. It also cuts down on our paper. It cuts down on the time in between getting those items to, getting those bills paid to our vendors. Makes everything a lot more streamlined for us. So it's beneficial in multiple ways.
Thank you.
Will you throw that in on Friday too? So we can
Yep.
I know at least Patty and I like our.
Yeah, me too.
I think
All right.
that's it.
I have a question for you,
Yeah.
unless Anthony's going to bring this up. I happen to hear that the legislature in Ohio is considering income tax being paid from people who are working at home to their residential city compared to their place where they are employed. How would that impact your office?
So it doesn't really impact us because we don't really have any part in it. From what I understand, it has been a topic amongst treasurers. None of us have changed anything. None of us are going to change anything. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to happen, but it's more of a problem for the employee than it would be for us. So we would, we withhold for Cuyahoga Falls, whether you live here or not. It's required. And we just send that, we deduct it, and we send it on. If that changed, obviously it would create a little bit more work for us, even though right now nobody is, at home remote working. It would change. We would have to add that in, but it would really affect them whether they're paying, how they've handled that. So if you pay Cuyahoga Falls, but you live somewhere else and there's, a 2%, they usually, you're good. If you live somewhere else and it's 2.25, then you owe that other 0.25 to that city because you've only taken 2% out to the city that you worked in. So it would really be more of a difference for them in how their taxes are at the end of the year.
Any other questions? Okay.
Ms. Schofield,
Hi.
Ms. White,
Aye.
Mr. Gomez,
Aye.
Mr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Moffett.
Hi.
Any final comments this evening?
Oh, I think I said a lot. I will reiterate again that we are, we originally had $80,000 that was set aside of our CARES Act money for non-publics. And we are getting a good majority of that back for our district. They originally had everything based on total enrollment, so we had to go by total enrollment of those school districts. Even though the way they are funded for Title I is based on low income, and everything is based on low income for those. Our friend Betsy wanted it to be everything, everybody enrolled. And they had put out an interim final rule, and then they just recently reversed it and said that is void. And it is going to happen the same way Title I happens, and it's based on low income students only for those non-public. So that is very, very helpful for us.
Thank you. Item H, Superintendent CEO's Business Consent Agenda.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve all items listed under Superintendent's Business Consent Agenda.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ms. White,
Aye.
Mr. Gomez,
Aye.
Mr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Moffett,
Aye.
Ms. Schofield.
Item I, Superintendent CEO's Business, Dr. Todd Nichols.
Thank you, President Schofield. Members of the board, I would invite our illustrious team to the podium for a presentation on our return to school, option 1 and option 2, what has taken place in the last couple of weeks.
Thank you.
You do not have a clicker. You just tell me when it's going to go. Yeah, just poke me. Yeah. You. Just don't flick me in the ear, please.
President Schofield, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you very much for.
You got to be over here at the microphone so
Yes,
you can be picked up.
to raise the height a little bit, perhaps.
It's good. The mic is good.
We're good?
No, it's good.
President Schofield, ladies and gentlemen of the board, it's a pleasure to have you entertain our presentation today about Back to School 2020. So in this presentation, we have utilized the same platform, the PowerPoint that we delivered, Dr. Seifert and Ms. Dudones delivered at the beginning of the school year. So you can see that this is phrased as an update to that. And it is my pleasure to introduce the illustrious part of our team. I don't consider myself as such. We have Dr. Rachel Seifert, Mrs. Julie Dudones, and Mr. Rob Sloan, all part of this presentation. Similar to the introductory PowerPoint that we went over, we are continued to be committed to meeting all of our students' needs, the equitable services and learning opportunities for all students, ensuring safe and healthy learning environments, and monitoring and attending students and staff members' well-being, social and emotional health. Again, a reiteration of our mission and vision. Move ahead, sir. And reframing the graphic that students are at the center of our work. So what does the return to school 2020 look like? If you can see those pictures, they're also in your packet. These are pictures from the first few weeks of school. See the excitement and the engagement from some of our teachers. As they work to engage our students in this new virtual learning environment. Thank you. So on to enrollment data and information. So this data, as you can see, is Updated as of September 13th. You can see our total district enrollment, 4,190 students, and the breakdown between option 1 and option 2 students, with the inclusion of open enrollment data reflected as well. So you can see those percentages very closely aligned. Thank you. Moving forward to a more detailed enrollment breakdown that we were asked to put together. You can see that's the exceptional children. So this is reflective of specifically option 1. You can see the exceptional children breakdown, students that have a disability and are serviced through an IEP, approximately 13% of option 1 students. And then we also have within that table the breakdown of student disability that's reflected in that option. Moving further down, you'll see also students that have been identified with a service by a 504, approximately 5%. We have the reflection of the statistics for our gifted population that's reflected in option 1, our English language learners, and our economically disadvantaged data. And if you have any questions at all, you can certainly stop us to ask. There a lot of information included in these slides. You'll see option 2, 14% of our student population that has selected option 2 is reflected and serviced on an IEP. You can kind of flip back and forth between those two slides to see that a lot of these statistics are very closely aligned in terms of the percentages of student groups that are represented. 504s, gifted data, English language learners, as well as the economically disadvantaged.
Thank you, Cameron. So in the next couple of slides, you're going to see a comparison between option 1 and option 2. So I believe in your packet, those are copied so that they're on the same page so that you have a nice comparison. One of the key percentages to kind of watch for is that 1/3 of our population that opted for option 2 versus the 2/3. So if you use that as your gauge and you're looking at the percentages for things, that can kind of guide you a little bit. Just for your edification, OE, open enrollment, SWD, students with disabilities, 504, so those are students that are on a 504 plan. Our economically disadvantaged population, our English learners. And then you can see our gifted population is broken down into 3 different identifications. So you have superior cognitive thinkers. You have your students that are identified in math, and you are students that are identified in reading.
You'll notice that the percentage on the EL population is incorrect.
A little bit skewed. We'll
A
fix
little
that.
bit skewed. It'll be fixed.
Yeah, this was kind of happening in real time.
Okay. Option 2.
Okay, so here's DeWitt is again, but this is option 2. So one of the percentages that we wanted to point out was just on the line where it says DeWitt, you have 120 students, so that's 33% of their population.
Students are assigned to their building, whether they are in remote learning academy, whether they're in option 1 or option 2. A DeWitt student is a DeWitt student. I want to make that clarification.
So it's the same. Our teachers that are teaching in the remote academy, they're still at their home building. So they're teaching from their classroom, from their space. They have access to all of their materials, their colleagues, their peers. So it works out well for everybody to be able to collaborate across option 1 and across option 2. So they have a lot of time to work together, as well as to continue working with the peers that are in option 1 or the peers that are in option 2.
And the teachers that are at DeWitt that are in Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy, we tried to fill their sections with as many DeWitt students as we could. And then if we had openings, we would fill from other places that don't have a specific teacher. for that particular grade level or subject area.
And we
Dr.
have a
Seifert, would
slide
you like
that'll show that.
questions held to the end or as we go?
Ask
Bring it.
questions.
Children that are in option 2,
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming they still have art, music, physical
Mm-hmm.
education. Are those subjects taught by the same teachers that teach option 1 children at DeWitt? So-
Primarily. There's a few that, that we couldn't align it perfectly. And so we have, is it 3 or 4? 3 or 4 elementary classes that ended up being divided so that we could make sure that they were getting equitable access to that instruction. And hopefully as much with their homeschool teacher as possible.
When you say divided, you mean they have,
We took one homeroom and we divided it into 2 or 3 chunks.
they don't have 2 different teachers
No.
for, that's not the dividing you're
No,
talking
no, no, no,
about?
no. The class population.
Thank you.
Any other questions so far?
Just to go off that, so say I'm the gym teacher at DeWitt. I'm teaching right now I'm teaching my kids over here that would have been in school live online. And then when do I get to these Black Tiger kids? Do I have a period where I teach gym for them that's separate from this? How is that working?
I don't have that schedule for you, but I believe that was something that was put in notes. And I can share that again with you, but it's scheduled out. So for example, if a building has 2 specials and 2nd grade, both of those 2nd grade classes would have their specials at that time, whether it's a remote, whether it's in the academy, or whether it's an in-person in the building class.
One of my concerns as we talk about what's gonna happen September 28th if we think about hybrid is that I don't want us to be establishing expectations for teachers that I've got these kids in class plus my ones that I have at home because we're hybrid.
Sure.
And then now I have this third group of remote learners. Now I somehow have to teach all 3 of these groups in a different way.
So if you're in the academy, those classrooms, those students are not mixing for specials with the student that's in option 1.
At the elementary
It's
level.
the elementary
scheduled
level.
that way right now, so like, my homeroom might go at 9 o'clock for my special, and I might be remote. And then at 9:45, another homeroom that's in hybrid would come in and do the special at that time.
Bottom line is that's not going to happen.
So it's all worked in there. It's not extra.
It's all worked in there.
Well,
Not at the
That-
elementary level.
I want y'all to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding, Ms. McClure, I need you to be on this page with me, is when we went through the hiring process, because those certifications, special certifications are K-12 certifications, we hired a Black Tiger remote learn, we hired a specialist teacher in each one of those areas. We did not do that?
No, not for elementary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. 612. Thank you.
We didn't hire, we assigned.
Well, yes.
Okay.
We didn't hire anyone.
Right. No. That's right. Thank you for the clarification.
So the students that are in option 1 for specials, if and when we go to an in-person, and students are coming to the building, they'll have their homeschool specials teacher. The academy students will continue on with the same specials teacher that they have been having.
On
That won't
rotation.
change. It just means that they're doing that always. They're not
Right.
changing their format. It's going
Right.
to be online.
Yeah.
And there's
Got
a really fancy detailed schedule of all of that. if you want to
Wow.
see.
A Skittles schedule.
Tony Dunn.
Wow. It's actually not the Skittles
Oh,
schedule.
it's
It's a black and gold schedule.
All right.
Okay, questions before we move on to Lincoln? Okay, so it's the same type of data, organized the same way, so that the patterns are there for you to kind of follow.
Interesting to see that Lincoln has 42% that chose option 2.
And I think theirs is the highest.
A little
It's the
error.
highest.
We have a little error on this page with our
black students.
Yeah.
We'll fix that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're very excited to go back through all that data. And just make sure that it's all accurate. Again,
We apologize
in
for
real
that.
time.
Well, one of the things that as I've gone through these data, and looked at our breakdown, I want you to look at the student groups and the diversity that truly exists in Cuyahoga Falls now. Look at the far right side, and you look at the student groups: white, black, multiracial, Asian, Hispanic, and gosh,
Indigenous.
Indigenous, thank you. That's the word that I was looking for. But you take a look at that and see how Cuyahoga Falls has demographically changed significantly over the years and where we currently are, as you roll through these slides. And that's why we have a lot of the diversity and inclusion and ICS for equity and all of those issues going on in board resolution, and so on and so forth. It is it's eye-catching. Okay.
It's really very exciting because students, their experiences are so enriched. They get exposed to so many different things and the conversations just grow. And when students bring in their home experiences and, parents get to participate and caregivers get to participate, those experiences they just balloon. So it's really exciting to see the diversity that we have in the district.
My personal opinion, and I hope it is shared, is we are better.
Yes.
We are a better community because we're more diverse.
Okay, so the next school that we have to preview is Preston. So one of our student groups that I tend to monitor is the economically disadvantaged. So I think that's an interesting percentage to look at through all of the different schools.
And we cannot ignore that student achievement is correlated directly with economic disadvantagement. That the data is clear. And so as we're making decisions based upon our data and our demographics, we have to keep those pieces in mind. And as we can see, our economic disadvantagement has grown substantially over the years as well.
The next school to preview is Price Elementary. They have a high population in option 1. I think that's kind of exciting, that difference for them. So this data certainly isn't something that you can soak up quickly.
Richardson again has a higher population of option 2 students as well, over 40%.
And then our final elementary school is Silver Lake. They have a high percentage in option 1 as compared to their option 2.
And our least diverse population.
However, with the growing economically disadvantaged group.
It is growing.
It is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I see that.
Do you have any questions before we switch to middle school?
Remember that economic disadvantage, the threshold that we pay attention to is that 40% threshold. So that associates with federal funding.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so, same thing, taking a look at the middle school. So if you take a look at Bolick matches the overall district percentage almost exactly. with 65.6% of students in option one. And then looking at the 34.4% in option two. So that's almost an exact correlation. As we were looking over the data today, the four of us were meeting, trying to, finish things up. And, I said, really, the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy is just basically a microcosm of the district as a whole. There were some significant differences, but not many. They're just a little pocket here or there. And certainly things to monitor. Mr. Sloan and I were talking before the meeting about, looking at how grades would go and different things like that. And then same thing as you take a look at Roberts. Roberts is a little bit different, but not a ton. It's 61.48% in option one, and then 38.52% in option two. So just a slightly larger percentage doing the Remote Learning Academy. And then when you take a look at the high school, an even larger percentage in option one, and a little bit, obviously, smaller percentage in option two. And this didn't really shock us based on the information that we learned from when we did that survey in the spring, we had 10% of people tell us that they would definitely choose to stay home. And then we had about 35% of people that said they were undecided. So not really shocking that about 10% of those people changed their mind and the other chose to stay home. So Mr. Sloan is going to talk to you about the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy and some of the different sections and things like that.
And we'll look at the class sizes a little bit. And as Mrs. Dudones was talking about, when they approached me with the opportunity to do this, they had 275 students in the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy. When I accepted it, they had 1,462. So I'm not sure what happened there, but
They heard you were in charge.
I guess that's what it was. So some of the issues that we've had have been class sizes. So we wanted to make sure we gave you a breakdown of what's going on in our classrooms. So if you look at these are our option two only. Our kindergarten, we have three sections of kindergarten. There's 24, 25, and 21 in their sections. That's not bad. I went into a Zoom yesterday with a kindergarten class, and there was one of the pictures, to be honest. It's the one with the head little smiley faces all over it. But there's probably 20 kids in it, and they were all sitting there on mute, and they, kindergartners, so they were fidgety, but they were really good. And then whenever one of them wanted an answer, it was like, so the teacher got the call on them, and they rambled for 5 minutes, but it was really exciting to watch them be intense about it. If you look at first grade, our class sizes are still relatively good, 25, 21, 20, 17, and 20. In our second grade, still saying pretty good, yeah.
Can we go back to kindergarten? Are there no price students in the learning
There's
academy?
no price teachers. There are price students. So the buildings are where the teachers are housed. So for example, no, there's no price.
I'm questioning if that's an error, Kathy.
Right, because I guess I need to know how to read this, because it seems to me that the number of students in the KR1 are from DeWitt and Preston.
There should be a price student.
I think those are.
Children,
She's right. That's one section made up of those two schools, but
Those are children, the buildings are
No.
children.
Price was left off of that.
Oh.
It should be Richardson and Price.
We
Okay,
have one kindergarten teacher from DeWitt, one from Lincoln, and one from Richardson in the academy.
right, so that's what I was missing. I thought, how is it possible?
yeah, there should be
that
a
we didn't
price
have
student on there. I'm
children
sorry.
in kindergarten? So that should be Richardson.
I see how there's kindergarten.
Okay,
So this teacher has to learn Preston.
right,
This one is Lincoln and Silver Lake, and this one is
Okay.
Richardson.
that's what I needed to fill in. Okay, thank you.
So we're on second grade now?
Mhm.
So grade 2, our class sizes are still relatively small. We do have a 28 down at the bottom, so that's our biggest one up to this point. So we're starting to get a little concerned about that. Then when we go to grade 3, they're all around 28. So,
Just curious here, Mr. Sloan.
yes,
Since the DeWitt children are divided between section 1 and section 5, is there thought given to moving a few of those DeWitt children up to section 1 since section 5 is getting to be so large?
I think we've thought about that.
But you didn't want to change?
22?
Is it a teacher change too, I'm guessing, or?
That's what would have to happen at this point. So what's happened so far, and I don't have the numbers with me, but when they sat down, and we divided our teachers up and we picked the number of teachers we were going to have. We were based on the number of students who had committed and the number of students who hadn't committed at all. So we included those as hybrid students. So what happened is when school started, some of these parents called and said, there's no way, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. So we had to add them into certain areas. So it must have been a situation where the Lincoln students overwhelmed the DeWitt students or whatnot.
Remember how rolling our enrollment is? That we get a huge influx on the first day of school? You know, families see a school bus going down the street and, oh my goodness, it's time for school, right? So that's one of the challenges that our district has, is that for the first 2 to 3 weeks of school, there's constant enrollment coming in. So when we had all of this planned, it was a great plan. It was such a great plan. And it was well thought out and we made projections, but you can only make so many, right? And so as these weeks go along, there are more and more families. Now, we've actually closed the option for families to join the academy because we cannot take any more. Our staffing can't accommodate that. And we want students to have the best experience possible. We don't want to put them in a classroom where they're not going to have the best learning possible. So we've closed that option for now, and we can revisit that come semester 2 and embark on a new plan. But for now, this is what we have. So President Schofield, speaking to your question, that actually is a great question and a conversation that we've just started. Are we going to open this up to maybe moving some students to try to balance things out a little bit more? And that's, as you know, that's a challenge to move students when they've made a connection with the teacher. They have formed relationships. Our caregivers have formed relationships. They have patterns. They know what to expect. So it's a conversation we'll have to have.
Okay, moving on to grade 3. These are right around 28. Our numbers are getting higher. The older the kids get, the more we get as far as enrollment goes. So we can only move so many teachers out of the classroom to create these classes for the online sections. And being online, they do have options. And I know it's hard to understand this. It was hard for me to understand this as a teacher for 25 years and then trying to figure out how you're going to have, like, for example, in grade 4, you have 35 students. Well, when you're talking about in a Zoom, I've got the ability to have 5 different rooms going at one time where I can put my kids together. I can group them into like little side sections, bounce in and out, have them working together, have them working with other kids. So it does give you an option to have a little bit more flexibility, but it's still not ideal.
Especially not for elementary.
But how is that
Yeah.
possible? Are you saying that we can have kids working together without supervision of the teacher?
So they're in the side rooms. So have you've been in the breakout rooms
Oh,
for the
yes.
Zoom? Same idea. It's a breakout room. You've got them in, you're bouncing in and out. They're working on independent studies. There's independent study time built into their schedule. So their parents know that. So they're still in a Zoom. They're working together. The teacher's still Zooming so they can go in and help if they have a question. They can pop in, raise their hand, do things that they typically couldn't do in a classroom setting.
One trick that a teacher can use is they sign up an extra student that is actually them. and then they can pop into those classrooms a little bit easier. So there are some tricks that teachers have learned to be able to figure out how to manage some of that. All of our teachers for at least grades 4 and 5, I'm not going to speak to 3 because I don't know for sure. They have 2 monitors so that they can see all the little faces on the monitors so that they can see more students at one time. So that's something that's helping them with their larger class size.
Would there be a thought to like maybe having another teacher come in if these numbers are so high, or in the future? I don't mean, you know,
It's always
I
a
mean, that's a lot.
conversation.
35 is getting up there.
Right.
It's a lot for a teacher. I'm just saying maybe in the
We
future.
targeted, when she's talking about planning, we targeted 30, and that's how we based the staffing.
Okay.
And as,
Wow,
has she identified, as enrollment continued to change
I
and
understand.
evolve,
Right.
we had a few more students come in there. And so, I mean, you would be talking about adding an additional section, and that
Yes.
would mean pulling a teacher from option 1 to make that section.
I thought the goal was 18 to 22 for option 1 and option 2.
The goal, so when we talk about 18 to 22, if you're taking DeWitt and the number of kids that we have at DeWitt in 3rd grade, we're talking about option 1 plus option 2 and determining a number of sections that are there. And that's how we determine the staffing levels that we have for DeWitt 2nd grade. Okay, so we've added 5 additional teachers based on that exact scenario. So we take all of the students at DeWitt 2nd grade, and those section sizes, we want to keep 18 to 22 in the case that everybody comes back, all right, 2nd semester. And so that's what we did that's what you're referring to in terms of the 18 to 22. The option 1 situations are different than what the option 2 situations. Option 2 situations are larger here. And we targeted 30 for option 2 in terms of staffing and the remote learning academy. And fewer than that in option 1.
If we pull a teacher from option 1 into option 2, students aren't going to be able to be socially distant because you're going to be putting more students in one classroom. So you're kind of borrowing trouble from.
I guess I don't understand what I'm
Robbing
saying.
Peter to pay Paul.
Okay, I know, but what I'm saying is, I thought in the contract, whether it was this academy or in our, no, it's not. Okay.
That's for,
K1.
I still think that
K1
having
and 2.
35 kids at this grade level is
yeah,
too
I-
many.
I
That's
don't
why
recall hearing the 30 number ever because
I don't remember that, but it could
I don't
be,
think we
I'm
would
not,
have supported that. And I can't.
I
find
don't-
it. I don't see anywhere. I
Then
can't
your
recall.
only option then, board, is
Okay.
to either hire more staff
that's what
or
I'm
rob
asking.
Peter to pay Paul. And we've already hired 5 additional
Okay.
staff.
But I'm asking, maybe is that possible in the future? Because I'm sure, I have a feeling this may grow. And then you don't want 40 kids, or
Well,
I don't want,
We can do that, but you're going to increase your personnel
Okay.
cost.
yes, I understand that.
Okay.
Well, if the students are moving from option 1 into option 2,
Okay,
if the numbers of the in-house people get small enough, then we can move those teachers over.
sure,
The
sure.
problem is, and I got those numbers written down back there, but when you're looking at dividing these up, there was, like, let's say, for example, in DeWitt 2nd grade, there was 43 students that had committed for option 1
Mhm.
and 5 that had not committed at all.
Mhm.
So that's 48 kids that we have to think about are going to be an option 1 student. So we have to have at least 2 teachers there.
Right.
So we can't move one of those teachers into a
Right.
hybrid to make up for those.
No, I understand
Yeah, I
that.
know. I know you do. I'm
I
not,
guess I don't like those high numbers.
yeah.
That's all.
And we understand
And
that.
I-
We felt at the time we were having those discussions, we felt that perhaps the higher numbers would be more manageable in an online situation. than they would be in an in-person situation. And so that's why we made the choice to utilize staff in that way. Go ahead.
We did target the contract language for the remote academy in grades K1 and 2.
Good.
That's correct.
The contract language. And then in grades 4 and 5, we did shoot for 30. However, there were some situations where a teacher said, listen, I want all the kids from my school. I know it's gonna make my class bigger,
Okay,
but I want all the kids to come from whatever building to my class.
okay.
That was my question, was the discrepancy between some of the class sizes, that some are lower and some are higher in one grade. And oftentimes it appears that was a request of the teacher who wanted all the kids from their school.
That's
I think one of the
Okay.
pieces of information that we'll need going forward, so that we don't dwell on the decision that we might not have the information to make tonight, is this information we have here, and then with what it looks like for the option 1 kids as well. So that we can take a look at,
option 1 is in this.
is it?
Not for
Mhm.
class sizes.
It's
So
not-
I think that's the piece of information the board will need, so that we can be thoughtful
Yeah, I
about
thought you
the
did.
differences and talking about equity, because we know the amount of kids in a classroom is gonna impact the equity of education that they're receiving.
And that's, again, when I guess I'm looking at it from my point of view as a
Right, yeah.
teacher. When I have 34 kids in one class, even if they're not there, I still have to teach and differentiate and grade. I guess that's kind of where, my question was, in the future, if these numbers are this, could we add? That was my question. I understand where you are, trust me, I trust you, all of you. I know you're doing the best you
Well,
can,
and-
and I
and-
understand that, and I give you kudos.
Yeah.
But what I was asking originally was, if these numbers are, could we add perhaps?
Well,
That was the question.
I'm going to take them off the hook and say that staffing is our decision.
Okay,
That's
well,
our decision.
okay,
We made that decision.
and again,
And we
I'm
made
not,
the decision,
Mhm.
when Mr. Gomez asked about
Yeah.
18 to 22, that's where the decision to
Okay.
add 5 staff came from.
okay,
So that if we all come back, we're going to be 18 to 22 in the sections that we have. If
Right.
we all come back,
right.
that's where we're going to be
Okay.
in the
And
elementary
I
world.
think we are all thrilled about that.
Yes,
Right.
I think
yes.
that
Right.
we have absolutely no concerns with everybody being here and having those class sizes manageable. So
Right.
we're grateful for that
Mhm.
decision and we think it was a good one. And again, this is not to criticize
Mhm.
the hard work that goes into the unknown when you don't know how many children are going to be at any one point in time.
Mhm.
And nothing is perfect. 3 from this school and 9 from this one and 14 from here makes what? It's just a difficult puzzle to put
Yeah,
together.
it is.
We understand that. So we are not, I think, any of us being critical of the work.
Mhm.
But when we look at these numbers, especially for our elementary children, please give some consideration to another section or what that might look like, or even how we could do this efficiently and effectively to bring those numbers down. I'm looking at that 5 and I could cry on the 37.
Yeah,
I
that's
could
just-
cry. So I don't want to belabor this point any more than we need to, but please take a look at the staffing, especially at those levels. If
Mhm.
there's a way to identify a solution to bring those numbers down, these are still tiny people. They're only 8 and 9 years old. We got to be conscious of this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take you guys off the hook on that staffing piece. That was our decision.
Thank you. All right, moving on. They gave me the fun part. Did you notice? I didn't get the pictures like Cameron did.
Yeah.
So at the middle school, these are option 1 and option 2 course offerings. So if you look at the very first page there, the first slide, we're talking about basically your core and then the special offerings at the very bottom, which would be your multimedia productions. And there's only 2 sections of that, and it's in the building. Everything else matches up almost perfectly. Same thing when you look at the second page with the PE and health, art, band, general music, choir, general music.
Yeah, one thing to point out is, with our band, choir, and general music, the note there about, and this is happening at our high school too. Those teachers have very generously offered to let our students who are remote learning academy students, Zoom in. And this is where I was, talking to Mr. Gomez earlier. So when students do come back, they will still allow for those students to Zoom into the class. And that's also what's happening with the exploration of art. You can see that as well. So that students are not missing out on experiences. We just don't have enough art teachers to teach that high school course, which we only offer the exploration of art once per building. So first semester in one building, second semester in the other. And then with the band and the choir and so on, we just don't have enough teachers. And so they're doing that at the high school and they're doing that at the middle schools with band and choir. And the teachers offered that and they are willing to make it work. And they're just an amazing staff.
They're killing it.
We have an awesome staff and they're willing to do that, so.
Okay, if you look at the high school, I broke this up with BT, the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy first. Currently, we offer 89 sections of classes by 14 exclusive Black Tiger Remote teachers. So we have 14 teachers that only teach through the academy. They're teaching 89 sections of classes. Then there's 8 shared teachers, as Ms. Dudones was talking about, with the arts, your performing arts, your music, world languages. We have 10 additional sections that are in that. That's what makes up that 99 section. And then there's 11 self-directed sections. Those are courses that were offered through our Edmentum program that we purchased, where students may not be able to take the elective course that they wanted to take when they signed up for their schedule because we don't have a teacher for it in the Remote Learning Academy. So we're letting them go through Edmentum, and we're using the teachers' free periods, basically their duty periods, to supervise those children. So they've been given somebody they can reach out to if they have problems on Edmentum, can open up quizzes. They've set up the course for them. Then when you go to the hybrid, you notice there's 495 sections offered for the hybrid students. Now, keeping that number in mind, it's large. They also have 50 teachers. And they have 16 special ed teachers, and then our 8 shared teachers. Those 495 sections include all of our special ed classes, all of our co-taught classes, all career programs, all world languages, and any class that could only be taught by a specific teacher. So we had a couple of courses that are, what was the one that Schindler's teaching?
STEAM, Stitches and Steam.
Stitches and Steam, I think it's called. Is that what it's called, Allie? Stitches and Steam? Yeah.
World Water Crisis.
Yeah.
Stitches and Steam.
So those are classes that people signed up for that she could only teach. So those students didn't have an option. If they're going to be a hybrid, they could do it. If not, they couldn't do it. I just gave it, on the next slide, I have a sample breakdown of class sizes at the high school level. And this is just my language arts because I figured I would pick a course that every student has to take. So if you look at the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy, we have 2 sections of ELA 9, average of 22 students, 23 students in 10, 27 students in 11, and 17 students in 12. The hybrid students, class sizes are a little smaller, but you have 19.3, 17.6, 16.3, and 15.7. So across the board, those are pretty fair numbers for what most of our classes look like at the high school level. I didn't find any major discrepancies where we had any classes. I thought there's a really major issue here with sizes.
Mr. Sloan,
Yep.
does the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy have any special education teachers?
We do not have any that are specific for the academy. So what they're treated the same way that the music and the arts department are. So if we have a student that's on an IEP that's in a co-taught class, they're co-teacher Zooms in with them into that live class. So they're not included in my 89 sections, even though some of my remote students might be taking a special ed course because they're Zooming in live into a co-taught classroom.
Okay.
And that was a collaborative decision with our special education department and staff because they wanted to keep their cohort group. They wanted to keep
That makes sense.
their
Yeah.
students.
And that's K to 12.
Yeah, that's all the way through. And it's working very well, to be honest. I've
Yeah.
not heard, knock on wood, anything contrary to that. Okay, so moving on to attendance. So attendance is a bit of an issue in the elementary schools based on the fact that we've got different teachers from different schools teaching different students. So for example, I might be a Richardson teacher and I might have 12 Richardson students and 11 Preston students. So my attendance is still taken by the Preston secretary because those students are Preston students, as Dr. Nichols pointed out earlier. Those students don't change their schools. So now my teachers have to create a spreadsheet that has their attendance on it. Not that it's difficult, it's just the same attendance every single day. And then they email it to myself or Dr. Seifert, and we look through it to see what the discrepancies are. The parents are still calling the teacher or the student's homeschool if there's a doctor's appointment or the child's sick or for any reason they can't get on for technology reasons. We've got a code for that now. So let's say your Wi-Fi goes down in your house and you can't Zoom. Then your parent just calls in and says, hey, we have a technology issue that gets coded a different way in our attendance policy. And they're given credit for that. The teachers are also at the K-5 level. Anytime a student's not there, they send a quick email out or a message through Dojo just to say, hey, Johnny's not in class this morning, wanted to make sure everything's okay. Hopefully they hear something back that way, or the building secretary calls them and lets them know what's going on. Any student that hasn't been accounted for, the building secretaries are responsible for taking attendance at their own school, so they'll get a call home. One of the next slides on here, you can go to the next one here. Maybe that's okay. We'll go here and then we'll go to the next one. So 6 through 12, everything's exactly the same as it would be if you were in class. You have progress book. We've opened it up so we might have a Roberts teacher that has Bullock students in their class. It doesn't matter. Our Dazzle and our progress book have crossed over at that point. So they're still taking attendance. So the Roberts teacher will get an attendance report of every Roberts student, whether they're taking a Bullock class or not at that time. And then they're responsible for the same thing. At the high school level, we have my secretary is Mrs. Powers. She is responsible for all 414 of the Black Tiger remote students. And then the other two units would be broken up with what's left over in the school, which was 914 students. So Unit A has 462 that they're responsible for, and Unit B has 452. Okay, now this is what the slide I wanted to talk about. So tomorrow, you'll see on September 17th, we'll start making our robocalls now. That's where if a student hasn't been called off school or the parent hasn't made contact with the school at all and they're not in class, they're not attending their Zoom, their parents will get an automated call from the school system that says, your child's not in school right now. Please call and confirm or deny what's going on. So that way we can do a checkup there. Our teachers are still, especially at the K through 5 level, are still sending dojos. That's consistent. And at the high school level, the building secretaries are still doing the same thing. If they haven't contacted or haven't gotten any information from the teachers or the parents that a student's missing or why they're missing, then they'll be calling home also.
I have a question
Yep.
because when you're teaching with your kids in front of you, if they come in late, that's not an issue. If you're teaching virtually and your kids come in late, how do you do attendance with that?
Well, there's two different ways to do it, especially with Zoom. One is you just, when a kid comes in, you document it.
Right?
The second one is it timestamps it. So when a kid logs in, there's a timestamp for when that student logged in. So what I've told most of my teachers is at the end of the period, rather than worry about it, what is happening, and stop. I mean, they've already interrupted you by coming in late and being in the waiting room. Just wait until the end of that class period or when you have a downtime and then print a report real quick that just has a report of the timestamps on it. And you can go back and update it that way.
Okay, so I understand it as a board member doing Zoom meetings. I have to be let into the meeting. Does a student have to be permitted into class? So the teacher who's teaching somehow has to be cognizant that a student is coming in late and allow them into the classroom as
Right.
well.
So there's a waiting room, and there's an alert that pops up as soon as a student comes in. You said you have somebody waiting in the waiting room. And they've actually gotten pretty good. They've all turned their dingers on. That was a big issue at the beginning,
Okay.
because they didn't have their dinger on. So they're like, I didn't know there was anybody there. And I'm like, just turn the little dinger on. So now whenever somebody comes in, it dings like a doorbell for
Yeah.
most of the teachers. And they
Yeah,
can go right there
I've
to it.
even seen where they'll, hey, you, Johnny, I need to see you, or Susie, I need to see you,
Right.
Parker.
We have to have the waiting rooms.
So, I mean, it's really, from my experience, it's going fairly well,
Yeah.
from what I can
We
tell.
did have some issues, especially the first week we had students entering, even with the waiting rooms, we had students entering that didn't belong to our district. Waiting rooms. We have such amazing teachers that we had students that wanted to come to school here. Even though they did not belong here.
That's
So,
right.
Yeah, so we have to use the waiting rooms for security purposes.
That's the truth. We
Yeah.
had students that moved and they're in another state that still wanted to be
Oh, my
here
God.
with some of our teachers.
Right.
Aw.
Students that were not completely enrolled were just in that waiting room. They just wanted to come and they weren't even enrolled yet.
Aw.
All right. Any questions on attendance before we move on to the schedules?
House Bill 410 did not go away,
Right.
and so we're still following through with House Bill 410 requirements. And so if we notice attendance problems, then those attendance committees, all of those kinds of things still have to exist.
I'm just thinking how it's such a multitasking kind of teaching experience. Because, I mean, you're talking about kids coming in late, you're talking about small group instruction possibly, you're talking about teaching to the whole class. I mean, that's a lot going on, and how many screens are you monitoring in the midst of all of that?
Right.
I mean, to me, that, maybe because I'm older, maybe the younger teachers just think nothing of it, but that's an awful lot to be cognizant of at one time.
Every teacher is learning how to be a new teacher again.
I think so, and I'm
It's
wondering
really-
if they're all developing, short attention spans because they can't stay with anything for long periods of time. Because it's difficult, I would think.
It is, and we have a lot of teachers of all ages that are absolutely just killing it out there. They're
Yeah.
doing a great job. And they're very eager. Mrs. Dudone's, I think, or Dr. Seifert one said earlier that we kept all the teachers in the same buildings that they're used to. Being in a everybody out of school situation right now has been a blessing to a little bit in disguise, because our collaboration is out of the beyond, it's just going crazy.
Right.
So they're just helping each other out there. One teacher will write a lesson and the next teacher says, oh, that's awesome. And then they use it the next day in their class. So it's taken them to different levels.
Remember the days when we used to fight the battles of teachers going into their classrooms and being silos, isolated in their classrooms? That doesn't exist in this world. I mean, and so that's one of the silver linings.
We have teachers asking if they can partner teach, so they can take those smaller, 2 elementary classes and bring them together so that those 2 teachers can partner teach, which is a great creative way to solve some problems and to do some inventive teaching.
I bet it's easier even at the high school level too, for teachers to cross.
Yeah, it is.
They're really collaborative. Mr. Hall?
Dr.
I
Hall.
was just gonna say that there's the chat feature too, that the teachers have to adjust to, because in the middle of teaching a class, now you have messages coming at you that you need to respond to. And I feel like
Yeah,
they picked up
It's
on that
true.
relatively quickly.
true.
And then also sometimes those chats are because it's the parent like trying to figure out what page are we supposed to be on.
Yeah.
My daughters want to show me to the teacher all the time. I got to know Miss Cadillac this morning. And I was gonna say too, and I forgot what it was now.
No, it's very interesting, and a lot of the teachers have created their own little schedules where they check the chat, like they know that every 5 or 10 minutes, let me check the chat and see what I've missed, and then get people caught up. Did you remember?
I remembered. There's like a waiting period at the beginning, at least what's happening with my daughters in kindergarten. Is that they're signing in at one time and 5 minutes later is when the teacher comes on. In kindergarten, at least, that's difficult. It's really difficult because, I'm telling my kid, you got to be on the computer at 12:15, and she's going, okay, cool. She's sitting there at 12:15, So for,
We just wish that all parents were like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fantastic thing, but we have students that are logging on independently.
Yeah.
So that little 5-minute lag that you're talking about, if you have a student that's trying to do all of that on their own,
Yeah.
that it takes them 5 minutes to do that.
Sure.
So blessings in disguise, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
I can't see it.
So this is the schedule that is posted online, right on the website. So that nothing has been altered on this schedule as of yet. We have very rich conversations with teachers about things that are working, things that are not working, ideas of what we could do better, things that we could add and tweak and change. So again, this hasn't changed as of yet, but I could see us, kind of morphing this a little bit over time. And then this is the same thing with 4-5.
And then this is the 6-12 schedule. The first, on the left-hand side, that's the Monday through Thursday, and then the Friday schedule is slightly varied. And then in the middle of the day, Friday has built-in time for students' independent work. And the reason for that instead of the early release time at the end of the day on Friday, that's where we have it built in for 6-12. That PD time for teachers is built in the middle of the day there.
And I just want to say too, I am so happy that they have at least an hour, if not more, for lunch. They need that when they're sitting in front of a computer, and I really appreciate that. Although, well, I don't know, but just because I'm hearing drums and sax at the whatever. But no, I really do, because I think they need that. Just they can get up, move around, So thank you for that.
We've heard both sides of that story. We've heard positives there, and we've heard negatives in the sense that that large break is disruptive, and so
Well,
we've heard both.
What I would share is
mine
that
are a little older too. Mine are 6 and 11. So, but I think it's really good for them.
people almost universally like the Monday through Thursday day.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the same vein, those same people almost universally despise the
Friday. Yeah.
People, families say it's extremely, and I shared that with Dr.
I know. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That it's
a
extremely
lot.
disruptive,
Yeah.
and they don't feel like their kid is engaging at all in those last
In
3
the afternoon,
classes.
it's like they're done
They already checked
at
out.
10 o'clock, we're done.
Yeah, they think that
Yeah,
they're-
and Dr. Nichols did share that with us. Some of the reasons that so I talked to our 6-12 planning task force to talk about why they decided to do that. And so one of the reasons one thing to keep in mind is that this is a very different schedule than what we had in the spring, where students were not online for classes all day long, and that we've actually only had 2 Fridays of doing this. So, students are really still getting back into this groove of being in school all day. So, but regardless of which schedule that we would have, that the students will have the same schedule on Friday, regardless of if we're in school closure where we are now or hybrid. But the student independent work time, one of the reasons that they planned that time was so students can work on projects, they can work on summative assessments, like have a larger block of time to do that, which right now, after 2 weeks of school, they don't really have any big projects to dive into or something like that. It's also time for like RTI meetings, IEP meetings, 504 meetings, things like that. That's really
for teachers to meet with parents and things like that. But it's difficult. Like if you look at that schedule there, because the teachers are teaching nonstop versus having, you know, like the elementary teachers are still having their planning time during the day. The secondary teachers aren't, they're just having the chunks because they're going just straight through the day. And so are the kids, except for that, you know, chunk of time in the middle. And so that was another reason they did that. Bless you. They left that chunk of time there so that they can have some of those meetings there. And also they felt that it would be really effective to have the early release Friday time, we're calling it, even though, you know, again, it's not at the end of the day, to really have that collaboration time with their TBTs, their vertical content teams from 6 through 12, and to make sure that they are really getting the most out of that PD time, so that they can use that time for quality to really develop those engaging lessons.
And I agree with everything you said, but you can still do that and move 5th through 6th up to the morning and end the day at 11:30. And you still have it's the same amount of time.
There's
no
still
matter where
3
you put
half-hour
it.
blocks.
They could, that would impact our career students who come in the afternoon. If we moved our 5-6 to the morning, that would affect our career students.
Well, our hybrid schedules affect our career students too, because the 5, 6, 7s are in the morning, and if they have a morning career class, now I've got my 5, 6, 7 that I'm not going to. And that was the hybrid schedule proposed. So there's issues with the career student schedules if we go back hybrid as well. Remember how the classes switched morning, afternoon?
There is a separate plan for the career schedule. They have their own schedule. They run their own schedule for careers.
Would
You can actually pull that up on the
Would
website.
consideration ever be given to changing it up on Friday, at least for the 6-8? Because what I hear from from 10 o'clock until 1:30, at 11, 12 years old, it's just way too long. They're out riding their bike, they don't come back in. It's just, I don't know, is there a reason that it would have to, I understand the career tech
Sure.
thing, but that doesn't affect a 6th grader.
Right, which I understand what you're saying. Obviously, if the board asks us to, we'll go back to the drawing board. I
just want to know, I know, because there's so much invested in this
Sure.
already. So,
Right.
No one's going to ask you to do anything. But what we want to know is, based on what we hear out in the community, if there's considerations with career tech kids, so we're talking about 11th and 12th graders now.
Right.
So that's a consideration you want to keep in mind. And then you say, well, maybe keep that for our 9-12s, because we have overlap in who teaches classes here on somebody who just doesn't teach 9th grade. They may be teaching.
Right.
But in terms of middle school, you may want to consider, is there any
Except that
downside?
our band teachers teach at the middle schools.
We will take.
So,
You know what? I'm going to cut to the chase. We're going to take it back and we'll take
Yeah.
a look at it. We'll look at the positives and negatives, and we'll consider making a change if we can. And if we can't, we can't.
That's good.
Okay?
Okay, so the next few slides are really just talking about things that have gone well for us so far, and some things that we have had that are challenges, and we've already talked about a lot of those. But really, we've really talked a lot about having equitable instruction across the elementary schools. Dr. Seifert helped redo the master schedule for all 6 elementary schools to make sure that things were equitable. And we had to do the same thing at both middle schools. It has been both a challenge and a blessing as we're eventually going to become one middle school to have to really synchronize things in terms of the master schedule. To have the remote learning academy be the thing that is
molding us all. But we're having more designated time for instruction, be more systemic, resources more equitable and that sort of thing. We already talked about more collaboration and things like that. Definitely the use of Zoom and Google Meet for collaboration, communication. We really tried to take into account what we heard from the survey in the spring and streamline communication.
One of the biggest areas that that is to some degree to a large degree out of our control is just issues with Zoom, issues with Google Classroom, coming in, going out, those kinds of things. Our Chromebooks, quite honestly, their CPUs are maxing out when you do Zoom and you want to do any kind of other assessment tool, or like running map and running Zoom at the same time on some of our Chromebooks is almost impossible. So the only way to do that is then, turn off cameras and those kinds of things. And, you talked about monitoring students. Well, you turn off the cameras, there is no monitoring of the students. But the reality is that those are technology issues that are out of our control to some degree. And so those are some of the really frustrating pieces for our faculty. And so we're engaging them in our early release and some of the conversations that we're having them have as they're collaboratively signing on to, like Social Studies Weekly or Gallopade or Envision or whatever, including in those conversations, what do you do in the case that it doesn't work or whatever? How are you ensuring that we have equitable access to high quality instruction across both platforms? Those kinds of conversations while they're in a collaborative environment, trying to get themselves into Envision, get themselves access to our tools, to our curricular tools. So that's where we are. And that's a very real problem that we have. And some of it we can control and some of it we can't.
Right. Like one issue we have is when the West Coast signs on to a lot of our platforms, it slows us down on the East Coast. So we can't control that. We just need to have another.
Be aware of it.
Be flexible.
Hope I didn't knock it out. Okay.
No, that's okay. I mean, you have the list there. We will update I apologize for any of the mistakes. Mr. Sloan is giving you a brochure
Yeah,
for the Black Tiger.
just something I put on it's just something I have on my webpage, which is now linked to the district webpage also. So it's people go on, go top down in the school, type to the Black Tiger Remote Learning Academy. So there's a presentation on there, and then there's a brochure on there, and then a lot of links on the side, just like there would be on the high school page. I actually stole a lot of stuff from individual schools because it's my schools. So I've sort of gone in and taken some good things and some custom things and added them right to my link page.
And, I want to say publicly in front of all of you, you owe these folks a huge debt of gratitude. I mean, for example, Edmentum, Julie had to hand enter all of those classes. Moby Max didn't integrate. We had to do that stuff ourselves. I mean, it's not just technology moving it over into that piece. These folks have had to do that by hand with Chris Shaw's help. Chris Shaw's a big time player here.
Chris Shaw is.
She's absolutely amazing.
She's my queen.
Yeah.
So,
So
Chris Shaw, kudos from the board because I know how.
Yes.
in the
hard-
midst of all of these enrollment issues, right? I mean, it's she is.
So while we're talking about staffing.
Yeah.
And the importance Chris Shaw plays in all of this, if Chris Shaw should ever, God forbid, get the flu.
We're screwed. That's all I got to say. She'll work from home as best she
Well,
can,
no,
but
I'm talking about being proactive here. I'm talking about co-training somebody to know some of the things, whether it's a basic enrollment piece, a basic progress book piece, a basic something. Because in all honesty, if you're a one-trick pony and the pony goes down, yeah. We can't think like that any longer when
hear
we
you.
have technology that is so intricate to our work. I mean, back in the day when it was just an EMIS coordinator keeping track of
Right.
yeah,
I did that.
it was
back
just kind
in
of
the
a
day.
data thing, yeah. But it's not that now.
No.
And so we need to be thinking proactively about that work and who can do pieces of it or parts of it, and how do we prepare for that?
Well, that's a very good question, and I only have partial answer. We have supports through Neonet, so those supports do exist. And as we are uploading new personnel, we might have the opportunity to keep exactly that in mind as we're uploading new personnel.
Right.
Yes, I personally want to thank you very much. For my kids, well, they're my grandchildren, but mine, it's going pretty well, even though they're driving me crazy. I mean, but they're really good kids, luckily. They get online. I don't have to, I'll remind them. I know, Mimi, and but it's just going so well. And I really want to thank you. It is. It's much, and I can even hear the teachers going like, "Oh, that's Mrs. Rogers." I want to go and sneak in and say, "I don't," but but it's going really well, and it seems like the lessons are pretty much what they would get. And from what I'm hearing, and I'm not standing right on top of them, but so just thank you very much.
Even though we tricked Mr. Sloan into doing this.
I
And I will
know.
say, Mr. Sloan and I,
We've been very close.
we're like this. We're besties. No, but he spent hours and hours working on the Remote Learning Academy schedule. Working with Mr. Stewart at the high school, who also deserves kudos for, the schedules for and the principals in the building. I mean, every schedule for every building had to be torn apart and redone. So.
This right here, this is our marketing tool.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, go ahead, I'm
No,
sorry.
we're good. Like, I was gonna ask Nichols, are we gonna mail this to families that are open enrolled elsewhere?
I just received it tonight, so.
Oh, this is wonderful. This is really
Because
wonderful.
I know Mr. Wazelko's working on a lot
Yeah.
there, but this would be.
Yeah. Exactly.
Put it in there, pay that extra postage, because it'll reap its reward.
Got you.
Dr.
Currently don't have
Seifert,
room
Mrs.
staffing
Dudones,
wise.
Mr. Sloan, Mr. Lazar. We thank you all for your hard work on this. I know it's not easy and it changes by the minute, but thank you.
And Miss McClure with the staffing piece. I mean,
Ms. McClure.
Working hard.
it's a team.
Yeah.
This
Thank
is a
you.
team.
I have one more. How have we, or how are we planning to incorporate the Moby Max and Edmonton pieces in?
Oh, sure. So they're already in. So every single teacher, 6 through 12, has an account, and they have their students loaded in by class. Chris Shaw created all of the uploads, and what happened with Edmentum was I was able to upload all the students, I was able to upload all the teachers, but Edmentum had this weird thing where each class had to be created by hand before the students and the teachers could go in there together, so that was horrible. But once I created those, I just copied and pasted them from Chris's creation, and then they were in there. And so now the teachers are able to use we're following what's called the flex assignments because we don't want students to have just the canned curriculum. And then the teachers can pull just what they need into these flex courses and then add their own spin to them. And so some of the teachers are using it a ton. Some haven't used it at all yet. They've looked at it, but they haven't used it at all yet. I've talked to a lot of teachers. I've just been providing support as they need it. And then Moby Max, poor Ms. Shaw and Dr. Seifert have re-uploaded it 4 times. And now Dr. Seifert is just doing triage. So their teachers are already doing diagnostics and,
They started diagnostics last week. They're continuing this week. And we'll have some doing it again, next week. And then from there, then we'll start unpacking the data. We'll get into our map testing, and then they'll have those pieces that they can start putting together and start creating those learning paths for our students.
And I think the biggest kudos I can give you is that families that I know that are in option 2 are blown away with what it is. You know, all they had was what we did in the spring, and we all know what that was. And families are just amazed, almost universally from what I'm hearing, by what you all put together. So more so than my kudos, the kudos of, the parents and caregivers of our students who you're really affecting. I think that's what matters most.
They're also having hardball conversations with the vendors that aren't upholding on their end, holding up their end. So they're having those hardball conversations. Look, we paid for this, and until we get it, we're not paying you. That kind of a thing. So those are hardball conversations that are also taking place.
You don't want Dr. Seifert at your doorstep in the middle of the night, angry.
she's not.
Thank you.
So my
Thank you.
question to Dr. Nichols is then how do we use this to help the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities? How do we use that information to help inform our decision making as we look to what school is going to look like on September 28th?
That's a conversation that I want to have with you guys tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
See ya.
I don't mind it.
Because this is, obviously the data's a huge piece of the puzzle, but what it looks like and what we're doing is those are the two.
Some of the difficult conversations are going to be, should we return? And that's a conversation I need to have with you as we get into my discussion or my comments. People may want to switch, option 1, option 2. That's a hard no at this point in time, unless there's extenuating circumstances. It's a hard no. And we're going to hold that hard no, and they're going to come to you. And you can't send them back to us because it's a hard no.
Right.
Why? Because we've already done all the staffing pieces. We said it was a semester decision. We will take certain cases, case by case. I don't, if there's medical situations, I occasionally have one sitting on my desk that we're going to lose our jobs. That kind of a situation. But those are really, really, really rare. And those have to be determined case by case. But in general, it's a hard no. Semester, it's got to be we ask for a semester commitment, and that's where it's got to be. And then we'll reevaluate. We will be sending out survey information again, just like we did before, option 1, option 2, towards the middle of October to hopefully get back at the first week of November so that we can then begin the evaluation or staffing process again for second semester while we're going through the holidays. Because our semester ends right as we're going into winter break. And so, those are going to be difficult conversations. Those will be tough ones, and we know they're going to exist, but that's where we got to be on some of that.
Are we ready for item 2, goals now?
Okay. Goodness gracious. All right, district goals. All right, so process, right? And I'll say right off the top, I have been reminded of the overarching goal that we want to have on student success and growth. We haven't gotten there yet, and that's on me. Frankly, I was so focused on this and that and other things that one dropped off the radar, but it has been, I've been reminded, and it will resurface. So that's a conversation our team will have. In terms of process, so everybody's aware of process. First of all, we take a look at the strategic plan itself, the 5-year strategic plan. We identify those strategic objectives that their time frame is associated with this time frame. It's, we take it in chunks. So if it's ongoing and started last year, then it's ongoing and it continues on our radar. Those that were identified as this school year, I'm not sure why that one's in there at 23, but in general, we looked at those that were like these, 2021. And we took a look at what is it in the strategic plan that was identified as one of our recommended actions. So that's what's in this column, the recommended action, 1.2 in this case, increase makerspace tech opportunities within each building. We looked at the timeline associated therewith. Then we took a look at the baseline measure that's all in the strategic plan. All of those pieces are part of the plan that's already been developed and the success criteria. Okay. Then our first step, as this particular group, Mr. Hutch, Ms. Hall, Ms. Bogdan, Ms. Walder, and Ms. Wyckoff, new to the team, June 1st, put together an initial goal based off of that strategic objective and baseline measure, success criteria, et cetera. This one is actually a carryover from last year. What the board thoughts, we added my additional thoughts after the team took a look at it, took a look at the initial goal. I provided some additional thoughts. Then in board conference with the board, during my evaluation conference, added some board thoughts and then outside of those as well. And then came up with a revision. And the revision is really kind of the goal as it stands today, that we're really looking for more of an adoption. I think we changed this to an action item. So actually it probably ought to be moved and seconded before I discuss.
Can you enlarge that a little?
Can I enlarge it?
Hopefully.
No, actually, I think that's as big as it
Oh,
goes.
okay, all right. I can read it, but it's hard.
You can
I'm
have a
trying.
Copy Friday too, please.
Pardon me?
Yes, I was gonna ask that.
I'll give you a hard copy Friday.
Okay.
And what you asked for then is you asked for some of the links. Okay, so the revision, the goal, the way it is, do you want to do a motion?
Yeah, before-
Let's do a motion in a second before I get too deep into discussion.
Want to read your recommendation and then we'll do that.
Yes, I'll read the recommendation. Thank you for the redirection. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt the district goals for the school year 2021.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded.
All right, so I'll carry on with my discussion then. So the revision then is during the 2021 school year, each teacher or collaborative group of teachers will provide the opportunity for K-12 students to participate in 2 STEAM activities as defined by the STEAM team's definition using NASA design thinking model as measured by NASA's design rubric. We have included the NASA design packet in with the goals, a link to that. We've also included the Google Drive that was created by our team that defined what STEAM is in Cuyahoga Falls, right? That was part of last year's goals. Again, I'd enlarge that if I could. There it is. Okay.
Well,
So this is created by us in what we call the Black Tiger Way with regard to STEAM. And that was work that was done last year. It was part of the goals document, but it was a link in there. And so you didn't see the actual document itself that you also requested. So it is included in the links. And then, bear with me. We have another link here. So this one is for 9 to 12 students. NASA STEM at home for students 9 through 12. That document is included in your packet as well. So you can see all the things that we're working with to implement STEAM across our district. And let's see. Yeah, that's the same document. Okay. So that's what we have as the first goal, is to have provide kids K to 12 the opportunity to participate in 2 STEAM activities using these tools. The second piece, then, if I scroll all the way to the left, again, using recommended action 1.5, increase the skill level of students using technology. That's ongoing. And I'll pretty this up before I send it to you as well with wrap cells and so on and so forth, wrap text. And so took a look at 4th, 7th, 10th would be the best grades to start with. Team recommendation. Ultimately coming up with the final goal of during the 2021 school year, 4th, 7th, and 10th grade students will achieve a district-wide average of 85% on locally created technology skills assessment. And so this is the skills assessment that was piloted last year. And you have access to it. Let's see if I can enlarge it. I don't know that I can. But you can see links to 5th grade assessment. You can see links to the 7th grade assessment and the 10th grade assessment that are included in here. So if I just pick the 5th grade assessment to show you what it looks like, and this one I can enlarge for you. It has a series of questions. For example, identifying the school, matching buttons with their use, drag and drop pieces, clicking on icons and matching those that have in common. Of course, this is going to be more complete. Identify 2 ways that you can know for sure that your hands are placed correctly on home row keys. Drag and drop. Classify each of the following uses of school technology as acceptable or unacceptable. Reorder the steps. Remember, this is 5th grade assessment. Reorder the steps to log into a computer correctly, which is following is true about hyperlinks. When using Google Docs slides or other Google products, words that are spelled incorrectly are, how they're identified. Add image from your Google Drive into Google Slideshow with procedure should be followed. Many of our board members would get, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Was that the show? And so, I'm not sure I'm smarter than a 5th grader on many of these tech questions. But you can see an example. I won't belabor the point, but that we have an assessment for 5th grade, 7th grade, and 10th grade. So those are built into the goal documents. And then if we get into strategic objective number 2 under the area of student success, 2.1, provide professional development on oral and written communication skills across the curriculum. Okay. We slide over. The initial goal was to, come on, play with me. The district will implement a plan to provide professional development, at least quarterly oral written communication skill. And so these are the additional comments that remains as the final goal in that area. 3.1, fully integrate Naviance. Develop opportunities for parents to learn more was the initial. What came out as the final was the district will utilize Tiger Time and the established Naviance scope and sequence to provide opportunities 6 through 12 students to create 2 to 4 products annually, reflecting on how the Naviance survey results relate to students' academic and career goals. And so we've included a link to the Naviance scope and sequence and included the items that would be added at each one of those grade levels to build a portfolio for the students by the time they leave. Okay. Then in strategic objective number 5, I just slide this down. Oops. There are 4 areas for strategic objectives. First one, assist student exploration of career paths with community professionals. Ultimately, the goal being during the 2020-21 school year, all K-12 students will participate in at least one age-appropriate career exploration experience each semester and complete both oral and written assignment in order to connect academic and real-life experiences. 5.2, host collaborative school business events at elementary, middle, and high school levels. The goal becoming, during the 2021 school year, all elementary, middle school, high school buildings will host at least one collaborative school business event each semester in order to connect academic and real-life experiences, as well as to expose students to a variety of diverse careers and opportunities. Now, in terms of process, once the board gives the thumbs up on our goals, then begins the process of each building and department creating action plans to support the district goals as appropriate. Now, those that are relative to their particular building and or department. So obviously a K-5 wouldn't be dealing with a 6-12 goal, that kind of a thing. So that's the next step in the process. 5.3, reach out to active adults, encourage volunteering. During the school year, all elementary, middle school, high school buildings will reach out to local active adults in order to connect academic and real-life experiences, as well as to expose students to a variety of diverse people. 5.4, engage business professionals to support curriculum. And 2021 school year, the district will establish a baseline of business professionals who have previously worked or are currently working to support the district curriculum in ways to impact student growth. One of the pieces that I can think of off the top of my head in our business advisory council Board of Education plan that originally had to be turned in September 30th and got delayed till December, but is complete. One of the pieces that I would suggest is that K Company, A&C Welding, ECP Automotive, all of those business partners are working with us and Start Stay to implement programs and opportunities for our kids. So that's an example thereof. As we get into culture of caring, the first recommended action is to expand existing community resources. And the goal there would be, during the school year, the district will engage the community quarterly with opportunities to create an environment which will positively impact student growth and achievement. (1.2) Provide educational opportunities for families. That contributes to that first goal. 2.1 strategic objective. publicly recognize, celebrate staff and student successes. And this team was, just to give them kudos, this team was Holly Merkel, Tammy Brown, Cameron Lazar, Rob Sloan, Jessica McCallick, Ellen McClure, and Bill Bailey. All right. So, let's see. Ultimately, the goal became that during the school year, hang on. During the school year, the district will implement a monthly Faculty Star Award highlighting those employees whose work has affected the growth and achievement of CFCSD students. And you can see we embedded, or they embedded, I should say, a Google Doc that is a nomination form. Staff signing, sure. Okay. We get down to strategic objective number 4, provide time for collaboration. Okay. And so the goal then became, during the school year, the district will designate at least 2 sessions per month of grade level and or content collaboration for staff to positively impact student growth and achievement. We get to focus area number 3, Black Tiger family. Recommended actions include engage and support district volunteer organizations. And this team was Tom DeFrancisco, Marjorie Johnson, Catherine Perot, Courtney Lewis, Hillary Freitag Geiger, John Wasilko, and John Myers at Bullock Middle School. And so the goal became 2021 school year, building leadership and volunteer organization representatives will meet quarterly with CFCSD public relations representative in order to increase active membership in the CFCSD volunteer organizations. Okay. And then as we get to focus area 4, resource leveraging, there are 3 goals, 3 strategic objectives. The first one is education. Provide education to the community on school finance in Ohio and in our district. And this team was comprised of me and Christy and Joe and Chris Shaw. And here are the goal associated therewith. During the school year, Financial Advisory Committee will host a minimum of 4 community meetings specific to the levy, the OFCC, project, 5-year forecast, focusing on expenditures related to student achievement as curriculum, staffing, facilities, fees, etc. And provide education on school finance to staff. During the school year, Superintendent and Treasurer will work with the district's administrative team to review and make recommendations to the Board of Education for best use of financial resources, all funds, not just the general fund, to improve student achievement and growth. I will tell you right now that we have engaged in a collaborative approach to the Comprehensive Continuous Improvement Plan, CCIP, which, as you know, deals with our federal funds, which in the past really was done in small group. Dr. Seifert, Christy, Courtney Lewis would be engaged in some of that, but that was really the team. And so last year, CCIP mandated some needs assessments and those kinds of things that introduced introduced the CCIP to building levels that was difficult and confusing for them. And, but it opened the door for us to engage in a much more collaborative approach. And as Christy was talking about the zero-based budgeting, that just kept coming to mind as our approach, our new approach to the CCIP, and asking ourselves, is this the best use of money? Not just because we've always done it that way. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be exciting. And then the last one, demonstrate fiscal responsibility. And that one's really quite simple. Increase the cash carryover percentage to 18% at the end of the year, at the end of FY21. We're pretty much there now, but as we're experiencing, we got to stay there. So those are the goals. I will entertain any questions or thoughts or revisions or what have you that you might have.
Will we have time to actually get our hands on this and read it?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in your Friday
Before
packet.
we have to approve it, though?
Huh?
Before we need to approve it, or
Well,
does it matter?
the timeline was just being what the timeline was, going through the process that I described. I asked the team to have them finalized to me yesterday. And so these are the final pieces. So if you want to table approval, that would be fine. As we discussed previously, I didn't necessarily, we get into October then and we don't even
Yeah, I
have goals ready to
understand.
go for this year.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's the pleasure of the board right now, but that's the dilemma that we
And that's
have.
why I'm asking, would it be too, if we did that, it would make it very difficult, so.
Well, remember the next step to the process is that I have to go and meet with every building principal and every department leader. And they have to develop then action steps on how they're going to support their goals that are relevant to them.
Right, I understand.
So again, my recommendation is that you would adopt them.
Okay.
But if, it is the pleasure of the board.
I have one comment, one question. I appreciate all the links and such because I think it gives me a better understanding of and appreciation for the work that's going into how we're going to achieve these goals. And I think it adds another layer of accountability to that. So I appreciate that. And then the question would be, when is your goal for having the administrators have their goals for their buildings or department or action steps, goals/action steps?
I would probably, each one of the buildings usually engage their BLTs. Okay, so looking at the schedule, I would say 2 to 3 weeks. And that's late for us. That's not what's in our leaders packet and so on and so forth. The whole process has been somewhat delayed, right? But 2 to 3 weeks would be pushing it, but that would be something that I would do. Simply because the process is delayed.
The thoughts? So I have a wonder here.
I knew you would. I was
Take
afraid of
as
that.
a compliment.
Huh?
I'll take that as a compliment. So basically, focus area 4, resource leveraging, is not going to involve any of the buildings. So you're going to do finance to school staff. The finance advisory committee is going to do 4 presentations, the superintendent and the treasurer. Okay, so that's off the table.
Well, maybe not. In the sense that if you're doing action plans that help support those goals, is it off the table then? I'm not certain that it is in all the departments.
We can always create connections, certainly between the zero-based budgeting piece and fiscal responsibility. I'm saying we can create connections.
Correct.
But I'm wondering if if what, and then of course the whole Naviance goal is only going to be 612.
Correct.
So that's 3 schools. 6 schools are out of commission on that one. So here's my question. What I'm really getting to is this. Would it be better if the board adopts this comprehensive goal plan in addition to the piece about our overarching expectation about student achievement?
Mhm.
And what the buildings do with their BLTs is take a look at the whole thing comprehensively and say, where can we do our best work? Where can we make the most impact? Where can we impact student achievement through parent engagement or whatever?
Mhm.
And pick a couple, whatever the magic number is.
Right.
Whatever it is. Now, the overarching expectation has got to be there.
I know.
That
Gotta
piece,
have.
right?
Right.
That's the
gotta
gotta
have.
have. But rather than me racking my brain like, oh, I gotta find some business professionals and or whatever, maybe that is your gig, and maybe that is what your team says, we've never done that. So let's make that a focus. That's something new to us. That's a stretch here. But maybe some other school says, you know what? We really want to do the oral communication piece. We think, or whatever. I'm making this up, but what I'm saying is, let's really focus. Let's really, let's approve this comprehensively, because there's a lot of good stuff in here. But let's ask our buildings especially, because I know this will be departments and all kinds of things, but let's ask our buildings especially to really be focused on what they believe as a team at their building is going to impact their kids the most.
Okay.
Whatever that, it might
Right.
look different here and there,
Right.
and that's okay,
Yeah, I've already told
because
them
it's
that.
all part of this.
Right.
It's just an idea.
I've
I
already,
don't know how the rest of you feel,
Well, I
because,
think that's why I was asking, because it's so many. And I don't want to get bogged down. I think,
Yeah.
the less goals, the better, if they're focused.
and
I've
so,
already
student
informed them that
achievement.
only the relevant goals.
yeah,
But
Right.
there's. okay.
even so, and I'm happy, because I think
Yeah.
this is even better, and this
Mhm.
keeps evolving, which is
Yes.
fabulous,
Right.
right? That's what we want it to do. We want our work to continue to evolve as we become more informed.
Mhm.
So as we look at this and as we say, okay, the board tonight has approved this.
Okay.
Now, next step, what's right for your staff to engage in? That's a stretch, not a cakewalk, but a stretch, but not all of these.
Correct.
I mean,
I agree.
let's,
Yep.
let's just really focus in on, and I don't know the magic number.
And
I'll just say 3.
three. That
Three.
three
I'll
was
just
the
say
number in
3.
my mind.
Top,
Pick
one or
three.
two even. I mean,
One is the overarching expectation on student achievement, right?
yes.
So that's my idea,
Mhm.
colleagues, and moving forward, if you're thinking in the same direction, then
I think it's more plausible to start with 1 or 2 goals. Meet that, work on that, everybody, that year. You get it down, you got it. It's done, it's ready to go. It's going to continue on. It might change, but it's going to go. Then work on the next goal the following year. Get that one, get it done. And it's got to be focused on the student achievement. That's what I was trying to say when I asked, do we have to, adopt these? I understand the timeline, I do. And so
yeah, we're not trying to
I
drag
don't
out the
want
process. We're
schools
trying to get the
do
process right.
everything.
Right.
They shouldn't be going around willy-nilly. They need to focus just on 1 or 2.
Well, and that's what they're gonna do with their action steps, though. What we discussed, they're gonna have one goal and then action steps as well. Was what we had discussed. Each building would have a goal specific to their building, a goal, and then they would come up with action steps that they feel are appropriate for their building
Right,
to meet that goal.
right.
So I think that's what is being asked for in a way. But the other thing that I would add is that I don't want to just say we're going to do these 3 goals and not do these other things, because this is all coming from the strategic plan
Right.
that we got a lot of community buy-in. Everything in that strategic plan is not necessarily what we want, it's what our community wants. And we were all pretty enthusiastic about that. So I don't want to be seen as disregarding that work either. It's gotta be both and. We can say, these are our three big main ones, and I can go with that. But we have to work that whole strategic plan at the
Okay,
same
but-
time.
Again, if you're going to embed oral, just say oral communication. Okay, so now we're going to have professional development on how to deliver oral communication. That's another part of that. Do you see what I mean? Because the professional, it's in one spot, and then the oral is in another. So you can take the one, and then we're going to involve parents into that.
Yeah, I'm just
See,
saying both
that's
and,
the
not
community.
either or. That's my
Okay.
position.
I'm just
It's
a
not-
little,
This or that, not free and then not the strategic plan, but that we can say, these are the guiding principles, and here's everything we need to do. I think you can do both.
mhm.
I think we can, I think we can do too, but I think, as you pointed out, Dr. Nichols, the timeline on a lot of these is 6/30/2024. Not 9/17/2020.
That's correct.
So, we're frying some other fish here too.
That was my thought too, because I think we need to be cognizant. I hate these word cognizant, but so I'll mix it up a little bit. I think we need to be very careful about what we're asking our staff to do, because we have already put them into a virtual learning experience that we know takes additional time. It's not like someone can walk into your classroom and within a minute, you've got something communicated to everyone. A lot of people not only are teaching the best that they can teach, but they're also learning new technology. And so their days are long. I know for a fact from talking to a lot of people, just like our staff here are working longer hours than they've ever worked before. So how many layers of this strategic plan do we expect them to fit into their lives when already their days and nights are extremely long? Our staff, I know, wants to do the best job that they can do at every level that they can do it. But how many levels do we expect them to dedicate the limited hours that they have in their days and their weekends so that we can target and meet all of these goals? And as Ms. Schofield said, is it not better to focus on a few of them? Not saying we're going to overlook anything else that our community has asked us to do, but can't we prioritize our strategic plan so that we are incorporating and doing a good job with what we're doing in the classroom? And incorporating some of these into that plan, saying next year, this is our priority for this year, and next year we'll absorb even more. I mean, is that unreasonable, or am I just being too Pollyanna-ish in
What I'm
consideration of time?
what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is that we can adopt all of the goals, but not everyone's expected to have action plans for
Correct.
all of the goals,
Correct,
which is exactly what I've already told the
Yeah.
administrative team.
correct.
Well,
Now,
some of them
we
lend
can-
themselves and some of them don't. I mean,
Yep.
having a faculty star award, everybody's not going to come up with their own.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty prescriptive kind of thing.
Right. And so you can be in a situation with 9 schools to have a rotational basis that you pick one a year,
Mhm.
you can
That's-
do things like that. I'm not suggesting that that's going to be the actual step. I'm
Right.
just using that as an example.
Mhm.
That's pretty doable. And frankly, we need to do that because of the environment that we are in. Identify those superstars that are knocking it out of the park
Mhm.
and recognize them for doing so. It's unfortunate that Sarah was busy tonight, but we're going to recognize Sarah Sabatiki, and that kind of thing. So so to your point, we can adopt the goals. As a district, we work on the goals, but not everybody's responsible for every goal.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, we don't you know, Mr. Gomez brought up a good point. The district, this is the district's strategic plan.
That is correct.
The districts, it's not Preston's
That's
or,
correct.
it's the districts. So as long as the district is addressing all of
That's
the
right.
elements our community thought were important,
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm responsible for all of those goals. Not all of my staff is responsible for every single one of those goals. That's
Well,
how I look at it.
yeah.
And why am I responsible for it? Because that's what the community said in the strategic plan. I mean, and that's how I view it.
Yeah, well, no, let's go ahead and roll call.
I think we're going with both and.
I think we are. I think we are.
Good.
Good.
Mr. Gomez,
All right.
Mr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Moffett,
Aye.
Ms. Schofield,
Aye.
Ms. White.
Aye. Other comments, Dr. Nichols?
Yes, a bunch of them.
Oh, boy.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, staff. It's 8:55.
Why don't
Can
you
they be
kids go?
dismissed?
Why don't you kids go?
No, I think they're gonna want to hear the discussion.
All right.
They're free to go if they want to go, but I think they're gonna want to hear the discussion.
Julie'll just listen to the board meeting on her phone in her car.
That's fine.
It's the truth.
Are you stalking me?
It's,
We just know we will not.
So earlier this week, Dr. Hall brought in representatives from Parks and Rec to discuss an opportunity that we might have to partner with the city and make use of our Sill property to install a 9-hole disc golf, frisbee disc golf
That's what that would be.
situation over there. We wouldn't do the cement pads. We just do the, you do the signage on where the tee is, so to speak, and then you have the baskets at the holes, if you will. And so, the district or the city Parks and Rec Department has the funds to be able to do this. They're just looking for our blessing, so to speak. And as far as I was concerned, the issue of liability came up. We already cover liability insurance for that property. It's already part of our package. If you remember, we maintain that stadium out there. We've allowed for some lacrosse to take place, some community soccer to take place. So adding a frisbee, a disc golf course, it does nothing, in my opinion, to really increase our risk. So if I have just your general blessing, thumbs up blessings, okay, we move forward with that. I don't want to belabor these points too much, but I do want to share with you that Mr. Lazar and I are part of the Chamber's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. And we are going to meet with Lou Seraldo, member of our Business Advisory Council and Alliance, along with Robert DeJournay and Carla Chapman from Akron Public Schools to have further discussion on growing the diversity of our staff, quite frankly. So Top Tigers, you need to know what you want to do with Top Tigers. Although it's not well announced, but for government meetings, the 10-person limit has been lifted. So we are scheduled to start Top Tigers at our next board meeting. We have nominations. We just need to send invitations. One suggestion that came out of our administrative council would be something like athletics. And you can a Top Tiger can bring one family member or two family members. Looking at our setup in here, the number of tables, I've got 15 tables with 2 chairs at each table. I could do a Top Tiger and one person pretty much at each table, and I could have it socially distanced in this environment if that is the pleasure of the board.
How are you going to keep them to one person? Because if you don't have the limit,
If I don't have what,
We don't have a limit that
but I
says
still need to
a
have.
certain amount can't be here. There's really nothing stopping them from bringing the whole neighborhood.
Okay, other than trying to maintain social
Which
distancing.
I
we
get
don't
that,
have
but
to.
I'm saying, there's no support for that.
Is there,
Okay. They can bring the whole kit and caboodle if that's what you want.
Either
I'm
that or
not saying
could
they
we,
should, I'm just saying,
could we stagger the times? I mean, could we say 5:30? We'd like our K-5s,
Yeah,
and 7:30, we'd like our, or whatever. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I mean, just so, because when they come, the baby has to come and the toddler has to come, and I mean,
we
They gotta
can-
come, so-
We can absolutely do that. As you know, I like to have my young ones there while I'm recognizing my seniors that have accomplished so much, so they have someone to look up to. So that was really one of my hesitations towards a staggered schedule, but we certainly can do a staggered schedule if that's the best option.
I don't know, I just threw it out. I don't know if that's the best.
Picture of the whole group if you do a staggered schedule.
That is
well,
true.
it's not, we really probably shouldn't get a picture of everybody squished up on top of each other either.
All right, so we'll
They'll
go
all
down.
have their masks on, we won't know who they are anyway.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do then, what I'm gonna do then, hearing what
Could
you
be
say, is I'm
Scooter,
gonna stagger
could
a
be Buffy.
schedule. I'm gonna stagger a schedule, and I'm going to suggest
Yeah.
that they bring a limited number with them.
The other thing that I think would be wise is perhaps we take turns greeting them as opposed to everybody shaking everybody's hand and going down. I don't think that's in the best interest of hygiene and give it to
Right.
them.
Yeah, and give them
Yeah,
the
I don't-
bag. Yeah.
I'm wondering if
I know.
maybe as part of the introduction, we just tell them, you'll be getting this black tiger bag, you'll be getting this black tiger pin, you'll be getting this certificate, you'll get this T-shirt from Young's. All of this will be in your bag when you come up. And then the last thing you do is you put their nomination in.
Okay.
And then we all aren't handling
Right,
everything.
We
and-
can just be here.
Yeah, we
Um,
can just.
I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. I mean, it's not.
Well, we want to recognize top tigers. in person.
Absolutely,
In person.
absolutely, we do.
Good,
But we
okay,
want
I
to make
will,
sure we're doing it in a conscientious way.
yeah.
Right.
we will recognize top tigers in person, and I will create an environment to do that.
Maybe it would be easier to take 3 elementaries, a middle school, and the high school in one group, 3 elementaries, a middle school, and in another group, just because of the number of tiny people that'll be here at one time. That might be another way to look at it.
Thank you for your suggestions.
And they may not sit down because we would have to clean surfaces. Or how are we going to clean surfaces if they have sat down in the next group?
Yeah,
And
in
the-
between groups.
Between groups,
Waiting room in the cafeteria.
yeah, well,
So
between
they-
groups, you wouldn't clean surfaces. We don't have a way to clean surfaces between groups.
That's what I'm saying.
I could do one group.
Yeah,
I could utilize both board meetings.
That's another good idea.
Yep.
Okay,
That makes good sense.
Okay,
All right.
that's another idea. Mhm.
all right, all right.
We got a lot of ideas.
So there's all those
in a
ideas.
Except
direction,
that means I
so.
could bake twice a month instead of once.
Only half as much though.
True, well, once it's in the oven, it doesn't matter.
Okay, the next topic is the County CARES Act. We just got notification that they're shifting money to the schools at about $100 per student. Received that notification today. I've been in communication with Mayor Walters about that as well. And we received a letter from Irene Shapiro.
Same criteria for its use as the federal.
I didn't read
Okay.
read all the
Okay.
details of the letter, not yet.
I think the goal was to have less burdensome regulations because it's their money that they're choosing to give to us. That makes sense, as opposed to the other was the federal money directly given to us, like Title I, which says this, and this. Or this is a funnel through where the counties county had rules and then they're deciding within their rules, hey, we're gonna give Cuyahoga Falls this. That was the goal.
That'd be nice.
Whether that worked out that way,
That'd be
we'll
great.
find out.
So, which leads me to the biggest discussion of all. Next week, I'm charged with making a decision on September 28th. And I'm seeking your input. But before I ask for you to discuss it, I am going to share the latest information from our superintendent's meeting with Summit County Public Health. So, from the words of Tanya Burford and Donna Skoda, we are stable in the county. The numbers are stable. And in the school districts, it is very manageable, particularly not seeing a whole lot of community spread in the schools and not getting into situations of mass quarantine. Mostly students are bringing it in from outside and it's not spreading within the district. There were 19 cases in schools over the last week in all of Summit County. The numbers, we have to understand that the numbers will increase when we return. We will have a positive case and we are ready in terms of reporting. We have a dashboard ready to roll. John Wasilko's done a great job. The school nurse, John Wasilko, and I have a meeting tomorrow. I have letters. Letters are prepared so that we can meet the director's order on reporting within 24 hours in the class size and reporting Summit County Public Health on contact tracing. So we're ready. The whole issue is layers of risk, right? And so if students in school and he's in sports and he's in this and there's that, you know, that's where those layers of risk comes in. Summit County Public Health wants kids in school. That is point blank words from Donna Skoda. They truly believe that the best place for kids is in line with American Academy of Pediatrics. Best place for them is in school. Nordonia is using a hybrid model, and it's going fabulously, according to Joe Clark. Dr. Clark is just over the moon with his staff and how they've delivered it, and it seems to be going really well. Summit County Public Health does not want us to be tied to color codes like the recommendation coming from Cuyahoga County. Cuyahoga County issued a return to school document. It talks about phases. It's associated with color code. Specifically, we shared this document with Summit County Public Health. They really don't want us to be attached to color code because color codes could change so quickly, so rapidly, in and out. They do want us to return in a way that maintains the 6 foot limit. The reason being 6 foot distance, social distancing. The reason being is because contact trace, the definition thereof of a contact is within 6 feet for a period of 15 minutes without a mask. Okay? Those are the contacts. And if we are more than 6 feet apart, or we maintain that 6 foot distancing, then the cases, it prevents the cases from, or limits the cases from becoming outbreaks. And outbreaks are where we have massive quarantines. And then lastly, I am sensing that, I'll just say it, I'm sensing that if we don't return to school in a hybrid format outside of Akron Public, we will be the only school district in Summit County that is remote only in the next few weeks. And I'm saying sensing, knowing what I know. So there you have it. We are still in red. We are in red because of situations like what you saw in the paper with the Sweet 16 party. We are in red because of situations like VFW, Eagles, Elks, having a social gathering, a couple of people showing up, being positive, not knowing they're positive, then their spread, increases in emergency room visits and hospitalizations, which is 2 of the 7 indicators. Okay. So those are the reasons that we're in red. Are there cases in schools? Yes, absolutely. 19 of them this last week. Will we have a case in school? Yes, we will. Are we prepared for it? Yes, we are. I have, of course, like you, I have community members that tell me to stay out, and I have community members that tell me to get your butt back in school. I have surveyed my CCR team, playing the game that if you were in my chair, what decision would you make today? And it is very split. It's everything from hybrid to back full time, everybody, to stay remote, because we're just getting good at being remote, or getting better, I should say. So those are the pieces that to the puzzle that I'm playing with. I have told the community, as you heard in the all call, that I will make a decision next week, as I have to. I would like to wait till the 24th until I get all of the data. That's when the dashboard comes out next week. I know that that's a very, very late in the game decision for a 28th return. And it's going to give everyone heartburn. I know that. So throwing that into the mix, we could also delay that return if we wanted to. We don't have to return the 28th, but that's what we've told the community up to this point. So I will entertain your input and consider it strongly.
My thoughts, and I can be very brief. I can support going back hybrid September 28th, because we've said all along we're going to do what public health says. And if Donna Skota says she feels like we can go back, then I'm going to go by her, because I'm not the health professional. I don't know what she knows. So I'm going to support what she supports. Am I hesitant about it? Certainly, because I'm still worried about our students and our staff, as I know we all are. My biggest concern is whether or not we have enough subs if we start getting positive cases. That is my biggest concern, because I know particularly, and still they're starting to face that challenge at one of their schools where they've got several staff members out. So I'm worried about that, but I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right time. I'm also very proud of the fact that we didn't treat our kids like guinea pigs, not knowing what was going to happen. We were responsible, perhaps overly responsible, but I'm fine with that. And letting other people take the hit if there was going to be one, if there was going to be spread. So I'm proud of what we did, but I can support going back hybrid.
Here.
I'll go last, thank you.
Dr. Hall?
I tend to agree with Anthony. I think so. The social distancing is achieved by hybrid, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I agree with Anthony.
Okay. Kathy Smoffett?
I have a question for you, because my family's heavily into science and healthcare. What will our process or policy be once we reach that student or students who have tested positively? How will that impact how those who surround them continue to come to school or need to stay home? What do we have in place that says Mrs. Jones' class just had 1 or 2 students test positively? What process do we go through?
Okay. It's very prescriptive, actually. It's very prescriptive. The director's order then allows for parents to report. Initially, it was some health professor, the health professional, diagnosing health professional, was then charged with reporting it. They still are, but we can report that. They have to have supporting documentation on that particular piece. Once that happens, the school building that receives that call will code the student, which is, we've set up a code in our attendance piece that is a COVID code, okay? They will also notify the medical assistant at their building. They'll notify the school nurse and my office. All of it comes through my office, so that we can, for lack of better terminology, can control the message and make it consistent. We have all the letters. We will then work with the principal, work with Summit County Public Health. First few cases we'll stumble through. I'm going to tell you that straight up. We will circle the wagons with the district nurse, John Wasoko, myself, conference call, Summit County Public Health, get the principal involved, identify the classroom that the student's in, identify any contacts. I defined contacts earlier. We'll identify any contacts. We'll turn those contacts into Summit County Public Health. Then Summit County Public Health takes over and does the contact tracing. Okay. In terms of documentation, that student's classroom, within 24 hours, that student's classroom, those are notified without identifying the student, to give as much information as we can without identifying the student. Also within 24 hours, we notify our community that we have had a positive case at X building. Okay? Again, as much information as we can without identifying the individual. On our website, we are keeping track of cases. It's a dashboard that we put together that basically works off of a Google spreadsheet. And so we notify our community and keep track of cases in that way, shape, or form. We'll work with Summit County Public Health then to identify what's that threshold to then quarantine that entire classroom. Another place where you're going to get pushback, I guarantee it. Another place where you're going to get pushback is when we have a student that has a COVID-like symptom and we send them to the nurse's office in the clinic in each one of the buildings. They're going home. They got to go home for 10 days. They have to stay home, even if it's an allergy, stuffy nose, sniffle, those kinds of things. Why? Because really the order is that if there are 2 of the boxes marked, in terms of symptoms, well, one of the boxes is permanently marked right now because it's called community spread. Okay, so that one's permanently marked. So if a child has a fever or a stuffy nose, or runny nose, or whatever, those kinds of things, that child will be sent home for 10 days. Parents might get angry at that and then contact our office and we're saying, there's nothing we can do about it. This is an order from this is protocol from Summit County Public Health and Department of Health and so on and so forth. Then I call you guys and complain to you guys. And you're going to have to hold the line as well. And say, there's nothing they can do about it. Stay home for 10 days. Unless you go to your physician, primary care physician, and it's otherwise diagnosed. So primary care physician tells us is willing to say it's allergies, then the student can come back to school. Okay? So all of those protocols are in place and we're ready for those situations. I hope that answered your question.
Well, if I heard you correctly, you're saying that the physician or whoever diagnoses them will report and the parent, we're hoping, will report?
The parent can. The parent doesn't have to.
That's fine.
They don't have to.
But we have one person reporting that if the parents don't. Is that what you're saying?
The physician has to. The diagnosing physician has to. And then we'll get notification from Summit County Public Health that we have a positive case.
That's what I wanted to clarify because I'm thinking, and heaven forbid I say this publicly, maybe not all parents would understand or.
What other districts are experiencing, I'll just be straightforward with you. Other districts are experiencing some parents that have told students, under no circumstances shall you go to the nurse's office because you need to be in school. So-
Thank you for saying what I was alluding.
I just say it straight up, that's what other districts are experiencing. We will too. And in those situations, there's not a lot we can do about it. Unless we identify the student as having symptoms,
Right.
and then we require, and that's where that's where the rubber will meet the road with some of the parents.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So wait, the physician can just say that it's allergies, that if they go to their primary care
Yes,
physician,
sir.
they don't have to get a test to prove that they don't have it?
Nope. We do not have to.
Well,
We can't require that.
Well, that's due to limited testing for younger.
And
Yeah, there's
It's
really only
hard.
three places.
Tests are
There's
few
only
and far
really
between.
three places.
Yes.
We can send a student to Summit County Public Health. We can refer a student or people to Summit County Public Health who then has tests. Okay. But outside of that, there's really only three places that have testing availability for the younger kids.
Yeah,
So-
it's very few, and tests are only 30% good anyway. I mean, there's a 30% that they're
Mrs.
wrong.
White, your turn to weigh in.
I'm weighing. I think I started already. All right. So we know that we can't test. We
I
can't.
didn't hear Mrs. Moffitt's
Oh,
suggestion. I didn't hear
No,
it.
I thought you
She
were.
I
didn't
was
reach
just
an ultimate
asking.
thought.
I was just asking.
If you were in my chair,
Right.
what would you decide?
I wouldn't be in your chair.
Thank you very much. I've heard that a number of times too.
It's hard enough being in this one. Lord
Yeah.
knows I don't want that one.
But I'm going to press you a little bit.
There is no right answer.
Okay.
There is no right answer. That's my answer.
All right. Fair enough.
Okay.
Mrs. White.
All right. So we can't test. We don't have the capacity to test our staff or our students. So we don't know because there's asymptomatic cases. We know that when they even are tested, they could still get it the next day or the next. So it's kind of, we can't do their temperatures as they walk in, as I know Woodridge is. Okay,
Some places
I know,
are, even though
I know.
CDC recommends that you don't.
I know, because that could be misleading too.
Mhm.
Okay, so we don't really know. We don't know. That's the whole thing. We don't know what this disease can do. We know that some people can get it again. We don't have a vaccine. I just want to put it out there so everybody knows this is dangerous, very dangerous. We do know that kids get sick. We know they die. We know our staff can get sick and die. Now, saying all that and putting it out there, because you know how I feel, and you know me, I'm a worrywart. I don't want to see anybody in our community get sick with this stuff or die or whatever. I just don't. However, can we do? I guess my question would be, could we roll this so that we do like K3? And then maybe we roll it out for, would that be possible? I don't know. But I also understand this frustration of parents when they have to work at home and they have little ones. I have mine and they're 6th and 11th grade. But they bother, I'm pretty good because I have 5 kids of my own. So I'm used to noise. But I do understand, that it's very difficult. And I can't go anywhere unless my husband's there or he can't, which we're not going anywhere anyway. So, but again, it's hard. I do see that, and especially for those little ones. So that's my question, I guess. Can we roll it out a little bit? Or is that too hard, or is that too much? I'm going to support whatever you decide. I will stand behind you. I just want those.
You sure you don't want to stand in front of me?
It's probably the only way they'd see me, because if I'm behind you, they wouldn't. But anyway, oh shoot, I can't even stand in front of never mind, kindergartner.
No, I understand.
But I'm very, very worried. We're going to head into flu season here in October, another thing. And that just, so I'm very concerned. But I understand, I do, my heart breaks for parents. But then the other thing I'm worried about is if the parents, who's picking these kids up and taking them home? Their grandparents, who are more at risk. Who is dropping them off in the morning? Their grandparents? I don't know. And I know from Silver Lake, it's about a third that are grandparents that drop them off, pick them up. And you don't know where these other kids and what their parents are doing, if they're wearing masks or not. You don't know. So now those kids are in contact, and I know we're trying to be I'm just playing worse scenarios. I'm just very scared. Very.
Understand.
But whatever you guys decide,
It's
you know,
not you
and-
guys.
well, Summit County.
Unfortunately, this one lands squarely in this. in this
Summit
seat.
County, I understand where they're
Yeah.
coming from.
Yeah.
I think it's just very, very scary. And I'm very worried and concerned
I understand. I
about
hear
our
you.
staff, about our community, the grandparents, the kids.
I appreciate
But
you.
and then again, I understand it's far better for our little ones to be in person in school. I don't know if that helps, but right now it's probably more confusing now.
I appreciate it. Ms. Schofield?
Well, I've been keeping track of what's been going on throughout the county in the districts that have been hybrid or in person 5 days a week. And it's been pretty good, especially among the younger kids. The schools that have their K-5s going hybrid and their middle and high schools, K-5s going every day and their middle and high schools hybrid and so on. What you say and what the public health department says is true. It's not being spread around the schools. That's the good news. People are bringing it in from the VFW party and the family picnic, and that's what's happening. So that's the good news. I mean, I want kids in school, and I want kids in school safely. And all of the things that have been done, we just had a wonderful newsletter go out to the public about all the things that Mr. Bagatti and his team have done to create a safe environment. I mean, I'd be advocating for K-5 to come back every day if we could do the social distancing, but we can't. So with that 6-foot guideline still in effect, and it sounds like it is, the only way we can do that with the little ones is to do it hybrid. So until that changes, it's really our only option until, there's a vaccine and so on. So I would advocate for kids being back in school. I think the parents that chose option 1 chose it believing that was the best option for their kids. And if we can accommodate them through all of the safety protocols we have in place, then I think it's our responsibility to do so.
Okay.
Dr. Nichols, I have one
Yes.
last question.
Yes.
Do we have a backup the truck thing in place if we bring our kids in and things don't go well?
Mhm.
What is our, if you will, back up the truck plan?
Go back to remote.
Right, and what kind of turnaround time would that be? Like tomorrow?
Quite honestly, I've said that amongst our team that whatever direction or decision that I make, I'm only thinking of it as a 4-week direction or decision and continuing to evaluate what is happening not only in our district but in other districts and looking at the data that is presented. This week, tomorrow, I think you'll see the first statewide dashboard, if you will, on events in school districts. And so that is part of the director's order to report. And so you'll see the number of school districts or have access to the number of school districts or number of cases in each school district. And so we'll continue to monitor all of those kinds of things and whatever decision I make, I'm thinking of it as a 4-week decision, quite honestly.
Thank you.
Is that enough information for you, Dr. Nichols?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll withhold any further comments until next week when I have even more data. I appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you. Item J, board business. Item 1, policy. It's recommended the Board of Education approve and adopt the following policies, which were reviewed at the September 2nd, 2020 Board of Education meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Roll call, please, Ms. Stoiko.
Mr. Hall?
I'm abstaining from this one too, because I haven't had a chance to review it.
Ms. Moffett?
Aye.
Ms. Schofield?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Item 2, board appointed representative, City of Cuyahoga Falls Park and Recreation Board. It is recommended the Board of Education appoint Evan Perot as our representative to the City of Cuyahoga Falls Parks and Recreation Board for the period of September 16th, 2020 to December 31st, 2023.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Ms. Moffett?
Oh, it's my turn to be first.
Yeah.
Aye.
Ms. Schofield?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Item 3, future agenda items.
We just have a discussion from Dr. Nichols and Mrs. McClure about enrollment at a future meeting after what we talked about tonight. If you could get us, we've got an extra week between now and our next board meeting, or an extra 2 weeks maybe.
What are you looking for in terms of enrollment? Option 1,
Uh,
class sizes?
Yeah, just a comparison of the two, and then your recommendation as to what we do.
Okay. That was harder, but we'll get you.
So we will have Top Tigers coming up. We have Friend of Education coming up.
Do we have any nominees? If
We've
so,
heard-
please
we've heard
submit
of-
them.
Okay, we've heard about a couple that are possibilities, but I don't know if anything's been formalized. No other items? Committee reports. Alliance for School and Community Growth. Mrs. Moffett?
We had a meeting on Tuesday. Hold on, I've got my notes here. We did not have that many people attend our meeting on September 8th. We discussed the levy committee meeting. Our communications person is going to be sharing things out. The levy fact sheet has been shared. I'm going to make this brief. Dr. Nichols told us that OFCC will be meeting September 24th. And then we had people from the community sharing what is happening at their facilities. We had Bob Kruger, who has a healthcare business, self-help, Kathy Ramito from Western Reserve, Shelley from Start Tech, who's talking about some programs that we're trying to implement so that our students have opportunities for learning. Nate was here from ECP, who's doing a fantastic job with bringing students into his facility. Allie talked about things at the high school. Jason Smith was there. Julie talked about CCP getting books to kids being the biggest issue. Laura from Chamber talked about the diversity, and also, I believe, is there not a fundraiser, Dr. Nichols? Someone was doing a fundraiser, Dreams and Wine Tasting fundraiser.
Yeah.
Will take place and tickets will be sold.
Yeah, the chambers.
Correct.
It's a part for their scholarship committee.
Oh, on October 7th.
It's at the wine mill, I believe, up there.
Okay. And
That's during our board meeting, so, you know, if we wanted to move our board meeting over there, that'd be okay with me.
we may need it over there, like we'll see how things go. I believe that's the essence of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moffett. We will be appointing Alex Hall to the Athletics and Activity Council.
That,
And has that next meeting been
yeah,
set?
KJ's targeting the 28th of September. It's a week from Monday.
And what time is that meeting?
I think 5:30.
Okay. Board policy, Ms. White and Mr. Gomez.
We're meeting Monday.
Thank you. Business Advisory Council, Ms. White.
We meet on the, I think it's the 23rd at 8 a.m., November.
November.
Yeah.
Thank you.
November.
Do you want to appoint Alex to be the other?
Oh,
person on
yes.
there, too?
We'll get another one.
To do what now?
Because we need a second.
That one's yours too, sir. Business Advisory Council.
That's it.
Oh, and he gets
Thank you,
another
Ms.
one.
White.
He gets one more.
Coming
Yeah,
up,
he does.
Financial Advisory Committee. Ms. Stoykoy, have you established any time for your next meeting?
We actually, Mr. Hall and I talked about it this evening. Kind of going to wait to see what the decision on back to school may be, because that may vary his time, but I'm targeting beginning of October.
Beginning of October. Thank you. Foundation and Alumni Association, Mr. Gomez.
Yes, we just launched our membership campaign. We're going all out to try to recruit new members. As a reminder, you don't need to be an alumni to join the foundation. Anyone can join. It's a great time to double check your membership status and perhaps purchase one if you need to. And great news overall, we had a class of 1958 alumni pass away, Sandra Fischel. I invite you to look up her obituary because she was an incredibly accomplished alumni. Really amazing. And amazing news, she bequeathed $150,000 of her estate to the foundation, and it gets even better because $75,000 of that $150,000 is earmarked and can only be used for teacher in service purposes. So that's really exciting.
What was
We
her
can
name?
do a lot with $75,000 in teacher in service, and I'm sure
Official.
people's wheels are already spinning with different things or people we could bring in.
That's
So that's, I mean, just amazingly exciting.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Continue with legislation.
House Bill 606 was signed by the governor. That's the Civil COVID Immunity Protection Act. It means that businesses, organizations, government cannot be sued even if it can be proven that somebody got COVID by being in their business, organization, or governmental institution. And then the other thing happening is Senate Bill 385. It's another education omnibus bill like we've seen before. What it would do in brief, no report cards for the state through 2022. So they wouldn't start up again until the 2022-2023 school year. And what I know, because I saw Dr. Nichols' quote that'll be in the Falls Press this year, that even if we don't have state report cards, our district is looking for ways to report some information out to the community in regards to academic achievement. So that's good news that the community won't lose that sense of accountability. They would also put a moratorium on state assessments, even though we know I believe it's called our friend Betsy, doesn't want to give up the federal assessment piece. We'll see. She's had to cave a few times, so we'll see if that happens. Senator Peggy Lenner, who's chair of the Education Committee in the state Senate, said that she expects this bill to be expedited past the state Senate quickly. And then the other two things it does that's great is it continues to make graduation a local decision as to whether or not students were on track to graduate, as well as third to fourth grade promotion based on the reading exam is once again still a local decision, which is how things should be anyway. So that's great.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Student Achievement Liaison, just an update. The first district leadership team meeting is Monday, October 5th. So update the board on that at our October 7th meeting. And an update on Student Wellness and Success Grant Team. The grant team continues to meet every 2 weeks, getting ready to finalize and launch the strategic plan. It's going to comprehensively address a number of issues, including student attendance, physical well-being, social emotional standards, the comprehensive guidance plan, behavioral issues, and so on. And then there's also part of that grant, the first day of the 3-day ICS equity workshop was held last week, either the 10th or the 11th. And the staff who attended on both days had an opportunity to do an exit ticket, and those comments were compiled. And overwhelmingly, The staff felt it was an awareness level that they had not been exposed to before. And we're very positive about the time they spent with Dr. Furtura. With that, we'll go to number 5, comments. And we'll start tonight with Mrs. Moffett.
The burden. I have none. I'm going to pass this evening. Thank you.
Okay, great. Next is me. I have none. And next is Ms. White.
I really just thank you again for all the work. And even when I question or I'm not doing it, I'm just trying to better understand. But thank you so much to all of you that worked so hard.
Mr. Gomez.
I have some, but I'll be fast. I'd like to formally welcome Dr. Hall to the Board of Education. My first opportunity to do that. I did speak with Cheryl Ryan yesterday to make sure our self-evaluation is still on board for September 29th. She'll be sending the members of the board a quick survey to take at some point between now and then via email, so keep out for that. State report cards came out yesterday, and one thing I'd like to highlight in the very little information they did release is that we ranked number 2 out of 112 in similar districts and how much money we spend on classroom instruction. We spend 75.9% of all of our money on classroom instruction. Only Lakewood spends more directly in the classroom than we do, and that is something that people need to know. And lastly, if someone could just let me know what we're doing with this book study and when and where, and this is not an invitation to explain it right now. If someone could send an email that just clarifies what we're doing, because I am confused. Thank you.
On that note, we're ready for Mr. Hall's comments.
Sure, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, especially to Mrs. Schofield and Ms. Stoikoy and Dr. Nichols for the orientation process and onboarding. Very smooth. Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for appointing me to this board, and also just express my gratitude for having the ability to serve on the Parks Board for the last year and a half. And I want to just say, too, about the disc golf thing. I think this is a great project. I think it's a way to offer something new to the city in a year when we otherwise would not expect something new. So I'm really excited about that. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. All right, we're ready.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Ms. Schofield.
Aye.
Ms. White.
Aye.
Mr. Gomez.
Aye.
Mr. Hall.
Aye.
Ms. Moss.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.